lights they flicker and the candles glitter like you're in a thriller. Heart goes pum pum pum. Ghostly figures they can get so bitter. Show you want to enter, you can turn back. You don't know where I've been. What's going on inside? Where the monsters like to come alive, come alive. Do you really wanna know me? I'm really not that cozy. It's up to you, so you decide, you decide. Would you love me at my worst till the coffin's in the door? Try to break me like a curse, you know that will never work. I'm a little bit absurd, dancing on the verge. Anyone can love a pretty little mansion, but could you love a haunted, haunted house? Or could you love me now? A haunted, haunted, I'm a haunted house. A haunted, haunted house. If you're just get out. A haunted, haunted, I'm a haunted house. Broken windows and no warning scribbled on my wall saying that you better turn around. Be the first to try to burn me down. Your move, you too. Would you love me at my worst till the coffin's in the door? Try to break me like a curse, you know that will never work. I'm a little bit absurd, dancing on the verge. Anyone can love a pretty little mansion, but could you love a haunted, haunted house? Or could you love me now? A haunted, haunted, I'm a haunted house. A haunted, haunted house. If you're just get out. A haunted, haunted, I'm a haunted house. Could you love a haunted, haunted house? Or could you love me now? A haunted, haunted, I'm a haunted house. A haunted, haunted house. You're just taking stuff. A haunted, haunted, I'm a haunted house. My words till the coffin's in the door. Anyone can love a pretty little mansion. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
Are you serious?
10,000.
I'm freaking shaking. I'm sitting back here. I saw private chat. I saw the chat, and I was like, no way. I haven't even looked. I can't even bring myself to look yet. Are you serious?
Congratulations. I'm so happy for you. You did it.
Oh my gosh. I am freaking shaking.
Way too close.
Uh-oh. Share left. I'm
all right, Share.
Shaking.
Not tonight. We're not doing this tonight, Share.
Right? Can't do it. And
not
YouTuber. Welcome to the memberships. To the squad.
Justin. Hey, beautiful. Hey, everybody.
Hello.
I am going to bow out in just a second and come back on my computer, or it'll be a disaster. I'm on my phone.
That's all right. Oh, that's okay. I was having today's been one of those days. Okay. It's just like 10K is perfect. Like, this is a perfect way to wrap up this day. Okay. Not only is this the day that Summer Wells was reported missing 3 years ago, but it's just been a shitty day all day long. Like, just all day, you know, I've just been blah all day long. And I come over here, get my computer going, ready to go live. And then I went back in the living room to get my granddaughter in bed. And I come back in here and my computer I had the death, the circle of death on the screen. And I was like, you are not doing this to me. I had to restart my whole laptop and it was just a mess. So I am so happy to be here right now with you guys. And still shocked at 10K. So thank you, everybody in chat. All of your positive things that you're saying right now, I've been reading them, and I so appreciate that so much. Oh, my goodness.
And Blue Eyes Dumplings, I have not seen you in a little while, so I am so happy to see you in chat too. And we have you and Sea Star and Grace Paris and Aries and Nurse Sandy and SL and Funky Jazunky and Sherry Lynn and Blue Love. You guys are amazing. Amazing.
Hey, Emma.
Thank
There's
you,
Crime
Kaylee.
Story. She's
Sorry.
Emma's here. Emma, you want to join us on panel 2? I can
Thank you guys for coming over.
Yes, thank you, thank you. And that video at the end, I was making a bottle when I was texting you to tell you that I had uploaded it. I made one yesterday, and then I added the ruckus to the end. So I reprocessed it and uploaded it again. And I was hoping I would get it done before you ended your live so that you could show, because, okay, side chat here for just a second. Sebastian Rogers case, we have this new audio now that goes along with the security footage, that goes along with the ruckus video, that goes along with the car parked on the side of the road. They're all the same from the same
Video.
camera.
Yep.
People are so confused on that ruckus video because they think it's on the other side of the house and it's not. And I was like, how can I make a video to show it's all the same footage? Like, there's only 3 tiny little clips.
It's in the top of that camera. You just zoomed in really, really big.
Yes.
Now, I don't know if I'm sold on the ruckus video, to be honest with you, but I just put it out there and let people make their own minds up.
Right.
On stuff like that.
I don't think the ruckus is really ruckus. I think it's a ruckus in the bushes.
Yeah. Personally, I do too. But now the car, there's definitely a car there, and there's definitely some things with flashlights, but
right, absolutely. Yeah, it's just 3 different videos. It's the same camera, exactly, Mohawk Mom. And hi, baby kisses, Tracy M again. Yeah, it's the same camera. It's from the same house. It's the same angle. It's just broken up into 3 different clips, and they're short. I didn't realize that the longest one is like 34 seconds or something.
Yep.
They're all super short.
I would like to see them, whoever they are, backing up.
Yes. Me too. I know my cameras. So I have my camera set for motion also because I don't need 24-hour surveillance, Sherry's back. Welcome back.
Welcome back.
But my cameras will record if there's motion. Like, I got so many squirrel videos, I can't even explain how many I have. But, if the squirrel runs across the yard and up the tree, it still records for a good, minute after the squirrel is gone. So I know that is common with cameras, that it'll record, unless you set it to a smaller amount of time or something. But, so I'm sure that there's more out there.
Yes, probably. The audio is coming from the camera where the boat stuff is out there. I believe that is a crap, because we had one.
Sherry, you're making noises.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Here, let me mute. I'm at work for another half an hour, but here, I'll mute. Sorry.
Okay, no, you're okay.
I think it's a Netgear camera, if I'm correct. I think it's Netgear. Don't hold me to that. But we had one, and that camera has the microphone built into it.
Right.
Some cameras do. Some cameras have a separate audio feed. So there's different types, but it's interesting.
Right.
Can y'all believe it's been 3 years for summer? It's crazy. I just did 2 conversations at once. That's my ADD. I'm sorry.
Okay. So, hi, Mama Bear.
I was hoping that we wouldn't get to this point, to be honest with you. I was thinking about a new day today, and I was like, can you believe this?
Yeah.
And I don't know. All I can hope is, like, I thought about this today. What if, there's still that possibility she's out there somewhere? Could it be somebody saw? And I know this is wishful thinking, but somebody saw the condition she was living in. And it was like a Matilda type moment where they wanted to take her and give her a good home, you know?
I think that would be a miracle.
Right. Yeah.
But miracles do happen, but I don't know, man. It's sad.
It doesn't seem like, it seems surreal, like it just, I never thought we would see this day. Like, I thought that there would be something happening in Summer's case before today.
Yeah, I did too. I thought once this, because the boys, they're signed their rights over. They're adopted. They're done. They've got good homes. And actually, Tim Mullins put a picture of the boys up on his Facebook.
Yeah. Is that AI though?
No, it's them. It's them.
Yeah, well, it's definitely photoshopped, but I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know how old that picture would be because you do have to keep them updated with pictures till you lose all your rights. So I do think that they've been holding on to that because I do believe they have lost all rights. They did
They have. They
months
have.
ago. Like,
They
I
have.
know they have. Yeah.
Yeah. Months ago. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was one of the things that Dawn said when they did that interview. I went back and reread that article that Justin shared when we were live last time. And if you look at the thumbnail, I know it's super tiny, but I actually took screenshots of the article and put them on my thumbnail. So up in the top right-hand corner, it's actually the screenshot of Dawn saying that they lost rights to the boys. So, which I think, honestly, I think that's the best thing for
Mm.
I really do.
I mean, yeah, they got, clean clothes, clean, clean surrounding, healthy, you don't got to watch your mom passing out every night with a cigarette going in her shirt, burning holes in her shirt. So, good.
Mm.
That's
Right.
sad, man.
Okay, Emma said she can come up for 10 minutes, so I am going to send her the link.
Yay. She's always like so sad. I miss all my favorite people because I'm sleeping.
Yeah.
I know. And I know people were saying
Brittany, go.
that your stream was scheduled so live so late for the live, and I said, well, I scheduled it later because for one, it worked out so well last time, and two, I put it out an extra half hour because I figured that Justin and Brittany would want to go live before my live, and so that would give them more time, and so that's why I did it, and it also, we get people in the US, because we got to remember California is like 3 hours behind us. And then our
Yeah,
friend,
trying to fit everybody. Plus, I was at work, so I'm almost done. So that was perfect.
right. It worked out. All right, let me see. I know I still
Is
have the
John
link.
coming or no? We didn't hear Rick.
I haven't heard from John.
Maybe a different one.
Scott's in the chat. He said that he would be here. And then he said if he felt up to it, he would come up. But it just depends on how he's feeling. Physically. And so we'll see. Okay, there is, I just sent the link to Emma. I'm pretty sure that that is the right link. Yes, okay. I have so many things in my clipboard right now that I've copied and pasted. I swear, every time I mod for Justin, I have my whole clipboard full of all of my links. I do everything on my phone. I don't hardly ever do anything on my laptop unless I'm going live and need this mic, But
Right.
even my videos, I make my videos on my phone too. But I wanted to play my thank you song because I wanted to thank you for getting my channel to 10,000 strong in this squad.
Is
Okay.
it already now? As of
Yep.
now? Woo!
Yes, that's what everybody's saying. Look, let me go check. Let me get
Congratulations.
Yes.
the official count here. We'll see what it says. Let's see. It says officially 10,078.
Oh my
Nice.
God, you're almost at 10,100.
Amazing.
Oh my,
Amazing.
There's Scott. Hey, Scott.
oh my
So,
goodness.
like, in about a week or so, you should have that function. So be watching for it because you'll be able to start doing it immediately, too. That's awesome.
That's what I'm hoping for. My birthday's the 22nd, so we have 7 days, right? It's the 15th.
It'll be there
Well,
by then.
I hope so, because that's what I want it for. So, okay, so we got YouTuber, we got the Sassy Sleuth, and we got Candy Prim. Welcome to the squad. Woo woo. And now we're gonna shake our booties.
Not going to worry if it's out of my control. Ooh, 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 ooh. And I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for loving me. Thank you, thank you, thank you for loving me. Thank you for loving me.
Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. And Emma's here. Hey Emma.
Hi guys.
Hey, Emma.
Hi. How are you, dear?
I'm good, thank you. I woke up and I couldn't get back to sleep, so
Thank you
here.
for sending those to me earlier.
Yeah, I did the best I could. AI,
great.
there was the best, but I don't think we'll get it much better than that, to be honest.
No, you did good. I could already see that. Is it the same ones you sent me? And I said call the law. You said you emailed them.
Oh, what about the picture?
Oh, I'm not going to say it here. Maybe it's different pictures. And never mind.
Oh no,
No,
it's
it's
audio, you know, from
audio.
outside Sebastian's house.
Oh, audio. Okay, no, never mind. I was thinking something totally different.
But yeah, I did contact the 5 different law enforcement officers, but nobody was interested. But
Wait.
about that. But yeah.
Okay, well, you did your part. That's all you can do. Wow.
I find it difficult to understand why anybody gets found in Tennessee because law enforcement doesn't care.
They don't do it.
It's
And they were like, just go to your local law enforcement. I went, I'm in the UK.
Yeah, right. What are you supposed to do? Plan a trip to go there? What
I
the
mean,
hell? They don't want to find these kids. Like, let's be real.
like
No.
you know, like this.
Making me mad.
I just don't know if they're just like overwhelmed or what, but this audio, like if they don't already, if they didn't check it out, like if they didn't, sort it apart already, that's says something in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Like if they haven't, tried to, make it sound, better than,
Get the FBI on it.
I don't know, man. But I would like to think that they have.
Well, the FBI allegedly, I cannot remember where I heard this, but I heard that security footage, I think it was Bobby the neighbor said, the security footage was sent to the law enforcement. And then when they called to check on it to find out why they were saying it was garbage trucks, the local law enforcement, I don't know if it was TBI or the sheriff's office or what, but one of them had said they sent it to the FBI and had it analyzed, and they decided that it was the garbage trucks. And I was like, the only way that they could have done that is if they got the wrong clip. That's the only
Yeah,
way. That is
that's the
not a
only
garbage.
way. It's not a garbage truck. It's never been a garbage truck, and it's not going to be a garbage truck.
Right.
Mhm.
One
No,
of those garbage trucks that sounds like Chris Proudfoot.
well, that's
In my
debatable.
opinion.
Okay, Maurice. She told me how to say her name last night. It is Maurice. Welcome to the squad. And
Oh,
thank
it's
you.
this. I've been
PMS?
sitting here long. I feel so bad now.
I've done that
Calling
to
it.
so many people, Justin. Like, don't feel bad.
I
Yeah.
did too, and I apologized to her. I said, I know I'm going to say it because I thought it was Mary C because that's what it looks like, right? And she said no, and she tried to spell it out the way it sounds, and I butcher things. Like, I can't. And so she said it's like Marissa minus the A at the end. So it's Maris.
Mm.
And I was
Oh,
like, oh, okay.
I say Maurice.
Yeah, well, maybe it might be.
I say
Marie,
Maurice.
yeah. She'll have to let us know. But in the meantime,
Justin
we're
says
going
it perfectly. Oh, do I
So you
really
say
say it perfectly, or you're being nice?
Maurice. I want to make sure I say it right too. So
Wait,
and we're
what is it? Maurice?
Maurice.
Yeah, it's
Some
Maurice.
people used to call me Space Cowboy.
It's okay. We're gonna dance. We're gonna dance again. Here we go. Ready? We're gonna shake our booties and get ready for this stream. Woo woo.
Not going to worry if it's out of my control. Ooh, 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 ooh. And I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for loving me. Thank you, thank you, thank you for loving me. Thank you for loving me.
We lost Cher. She's back.
I got too excited and then my phone bumped.
Oopsie. All right. So yeah, somebody asked if I really thought that they were. Let's see, Mama Bear right here. You really think that Ellie is saying it's a garbage truck because they're looking at the evidence from that? I do. I think that they're either not being honest or
It's not a garbage truck. No, they're trying to steer us so that they can work on
Right.
whatever it is and steer the public to like back off so they have time to work on it. But no, the garbage truck issue, Mr. Chair is going to do is like debunking, has already been working on it, you guys, and wait till you see it. But there ain't no way it's a garbage truck because one of the lights moves out of the way, like, and you can't do that. So
The lights were never close enough
no.
to be a garbage truck. And a garbage truck has like 25,000 lights on it. Where are
Well,
all
and,
those
and
at?
does one light run back to the house? I mean, there's two lights, and
Hey,
there's one light run back to the house. We
lights-
all the way home.
The lights even
Right.
move in a motion like
Oh,
a
I'm
person
so
walking. I mean, if you look at it, it's slow like a person walking. The light, come on. I'm sorry.
I mean,
I
I
come in
think
at the
they're
wrong
doing it.
time.
I think they're doing it for to not set off any alarm bells for people.
Well,
Mm.
If
what'd you
I
say Mr.
if I
Shear's
change
doing? Oh, sorry.
Not tonight, but he does want to join in on these. He says these conversations have made him want to have conversations again and get on true crime. He's really proud of all of us, of
Yeah.
everybody. So he
We
loves
done-
it.
We
Yeah.
done lit a fire under the
We
beard of
did.
reason.
But it has to be like all of us same people. Maybe here or there we add more people, but our flow is too good. He said, and people are loving it. They're messaging me. They're messaging all you guys. Look at Mandy's conversation or the chat from her live yesterday. It is amazing. You guys are all
Right?
so great on your own. We're all, I'll say for me, like we're all right together. No, we're doing good together. I am going to mute just so I'm going to be loud a little bit, and I will be out of work in about 15 minutes. I get this done. So
Cool.
I'm
Cher-
listening.
Cher's been
Okay.
in Canada. She says about. She's about.
can I ask, guys, what did you make of the TBI and what they said about Summer? You know, it came out this morning. Did you see it?
Oh, I
There
didn't.
was another video that came out this morning. Yes. Yep.
I have
Or-
not
I
seen
just-
that.
I think that was
didn't
from
see
the
it
news,
either.
wasn't it?
Yeah, it was like the TBI came out and talked on Summer for a little bit. It was like, I don't know if he was quite high up in the TBI, but it was just felt like he was just talking bumf just to keep us all. You know, he
Yeah.
said it wasn't a cold case, and I'm like, well,
That's a lie. 3 years is a cold case. They also say no new leads. So already, so he can say whatever. That made me so mad, and I'll say more at a later time. But I knew that was exactly what we were gonna get from them. But they don't say, "Oh, we're doing what we can, guys. It's not gonna be a cold case." 3 years already makes it a cold case. No new leads, and that man said no new leads, and 3 years. It's a cold case. I don't know why they won't say it's a cold case. It's a cold case. Those
So
people make me so pissed.
Me too.
yes, I
Well,
have
he
some
made
notes about it. It's they did not say continue to have communication. They did not say that they continue to have communication with the family to find Summer. He says she reminds me of my daughter. Direction one. He didn't say. Hold on. What did I write? I don't even know what I read. I would hope someone would be looking for my daughter. He said. These are the guys that are going to find her, meaning the TBI. They search when the parents don't. An active investigation for their daughter. He just mapped it out that Dawn has spoke to them since when? A long time. 6,000 leads, and Dawn and Candace have no idea about because they do not speak to them, haven't in over a year. So yeah, okay. I just think Dawn and Candace are a piece of crap.
Yep.
There you go. That's it.
Well, they made reference, didn't they, to, they never actually said Fred, but they did make reference to somebody, member of the public, coming forward and talking about vehicles they'd seen on the road. So I thought that must be Fred, because I think hasn't he spoken out to TBI and tried to help?
I think he's talking about the truck.
The red truck.
Mm-hmm.
There's a red truck suddenly appeared again on 110 Ben Hill Road.
What I thought was interesting is they said that they have technology that they never even thought about or dreamed about, so, and they said, new technologies coming. Hey, there's a video here from this morning if you want to watch it. I sent it to Spirit Seeker.
Yes, absolutely. Where did you send it?
All you gotta do is accept that.
Or are you trying to share? Oh, there
Yep.
it is. Okay. I see it.
Tomorrow marks 3 years since Summer Wells vanished
It's really
from her home
quiet.
in Hawkins County. She was 5 years old at the time when she went missing from her home in the Beach Creek community. We are hearing from the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation today for the first time in months about the case. Agents say the disappearance is not considered a cold case.
Y'all hear it good?
Despite the amount of time that has
Yeah.
passed to date.
It's a little
Agents
low,
have
but we
pulled
can
up
hear
on
it.
more than 6,500 leads, but they say they still do not have the evidence to say for certain how Summer disappeared.
We don't have the evidence in this case to know for sure whether or not Summer was abducted or whether or not she walked away from her home.
Oh, God.
It's really important to us to not focus all of our efforts on just one of those two.
Recently, News 5's Kristen Kwan sat down with the Wells family to talk about Summer's disappearance, and she joins us now live in the studio.
Watch
Kristen,
this, guys.
what did they
They're
tell
gonna
you?
die.
Well, Casey, Dawn and Candace Wells, Summer's parents say it's been a tough 3 years, but they're holding on to their faith and hope that they one day will see Summer again. The signs here in Beach Creek, a sad reminder of a little girl who vanished from her home 3 years ago. Summer Wells' father, Don, believes his daughter was kidnapped.
I was at work, and then when I
You
come
would not.
home, I knew that she was no longer on the property. I knew she was gone, and I knew somebody had to have put her in the car and taken her. And it was just a
Beady-eyed
lot
mother.
of shock, a lot of just mental numbness. It was really bad.
Wells says the past few years have been frustrating and heartbreaking, and he says he no longer searches for his daughter.
Well, we've tried social media.
They don't search for their daughter.
We
They
know
no
that.
longer search for their daughter.
And that was
They never started.
a train wreck.
Yep.
Yep.
I've tried going out and searching what little bit I could by myself, but
Oh, please.
that's tough too. So no, I don't search anymore. I mean, I wouldn't know where to search. She could be anywhere in the world. We don't know.
What
With
parent doesn't
nowhere to
search?
search.
What
Get out
parent
of here.
what
Sorry.
parent never searched or would even say that on a
Exactly.
dang
Like a,
interview?
isn't it like
Exactly.
a common known, like, listen, until my dying day, I'll never give up. I've never heard a parent.
Seth searching? How come he can figure it out? Why can't Don just figure it out instead of Sherlock's sorry for them limping and they
Look at
must be
Terry
in
Lynn. She's
pain.
busting her
Wow.
ass day and night, night and day, and
Oh
Seth,
no.
or Sebastian isn't, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, shame on you, Don. Shame on you, Candace.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Wells says Summer's disappearance, on top of the cruelty they've faced from social media and the public, has been tough. He's also frustrated with Hawkins County law enforcement and the Department of Children's Services. He says they ultimately signed over their rights to their 3 boys to the state.
See?
There you go.
Constantly
Signed over
ripping
the
our
rights.
house apart,
Boom.
ripping our vehicles apart. We let them come on our property 10 times to search, and they left a mess every time. Then we had DCS there, and
Oh, they
Um,
left a mess?
Tell me, yeah, left a mess.
Stop.
I mean, the only thing they could do is fix it. You couldn't mess it up anymore. It's like a tornado coming, and it's just going to organize it at that point. How when you're, I mean, do they tear out people's dashes and tear out, 10 times the house for innocent people asking for a friend?
Nope. And don't forget, Benny had told me, and you guys all heard it. He can't be on the internet right now, but they had conversations with Benny when he was there, and they were so fucking mean to Grandis and Candace when they'd come over there. Oh, sorry, Candace. Oh, our YouTubers may be touching a piece of your grass. They pee on your lawn. Oh, I'm sorry. We're all just so out there searching for your daughter, hungry and heat, and we're sorry they touched your property. Like, so you kind of get an idea how they already damn feel. Like, get out of here. The only time the cops never call me, you call them, but the only time you call them is because a YouTuber touched a piece of your grass. That's the
Yep.
only time you're picking up the phone to call the law.
Yep.
And that's
Fuck
what
out of
Grandma
here.
Candy said too.
Ridiculous.
That's what Grandma Candy said too. The last time she talked to law enforcement was when the YouTubers were at the bottom of the driveway.
Yep.
It was like freaking. It was 10 degrees when I left that morning to go to Hawkins County. It was 10 degrees. It was so cold
the
outside.
11th time that they come here, they come on June 15th with a search warrant and tore the safe off the floor. I think they done it to intimidate us.
Oh, my Lord.
Now, why would they intimidate? Why would they intimidate? Some, parents that was randomly abducted by someone. Why would they intimidate? Why would the police
Exactly.
do that to someone? I
Exactly.
can't imagine the police would, some poor family who got their, kid abducted.
Mm-mm.
It makes no sense. And if
That's
it
not the
doesn't
case
make
here.
if it doesn't make sense, it's most likely not true. Just a
Exactly.
hunch. I heard that somewhere one time.
Mm.
I
Can
mean,
I just ask though, what's going on with his hair there?
that's
Hey,
Silver Fox.
one
He
night
has
No,
some
it's like
sparkle in it.
one
funny
night we
colour.
went through
See, it's silver.
we went through all of his mug shots, and I don't even think I had them all, but it was like probably 6 or 7, and I kind of went through them. And just a little side note, it's not really important, but the change of hairstyles, oh
Yeah.
And he still looks
man.
the same. He still looks like from the earliest mugshot that I've seen, because I have a lot of them too. And from the very first one, he still looks almost identical. The only
He
thing that
does.
has changed is his hair.
Yep.
He's still nasty, gross, funky.
Look at his eyes. That's Satan if I ever saw it. Look at those eyes.
Oh, well,
Ooh, I
speaking of his
agree.
eyes,
Yeah.
I wasn't gonna say anything, but Justin
I will.
kind of pulled it out of me, not intentionally, but his
Clip
his
it up.
eyes. Is he either one of those people that you see those people that have naturally bloodshot eyes? They're like that all the time, or
That's called a
he's
coke habit, honey.
under the influence right here? Yeah, he looks like it.
Do you remember what he said in that first interview, though? Talking on the first interview, and he said, "We believe in the resurrection." And I was like, "The resurrection of who? Why?" No.
Yep. That's actually on. This is our second night here on my channel, talking about Summer Wells. This is like, what is it, the fourth time that we've all paneled together like this. But last time we started going through all of the words spoken by Don and Candace from starting on June 15th, 2021. I have all of them in a video, 2 or 3 videos, actually. They're like 2 hours long each video. But I tried to put them in chronological order to the best of my ability. There's some that are kind of out of order. There's a couple duplicates. I'm not perfect, but we started reviewing that last time, and that's where we're going to continue this time. But we only got through like the first couple, the scanner audio, the interview where Josie was with him, and his eulogy at Summer's first vigil on the June 19th, 2021.
Nothing wrong with that. See, that leaves for way, 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 way more conversations because it's so organic. So yeah, it's perfect. I love it.
Hey, Scott H, good to see you.
Scott
H.
He had Summer in the resurrection 3 hours in.
He sure did. Yep.
He did. Yep. He said it. He said, "I knew when I." What did he say? When I got home, I already knew that she was gone, and they weren't going to.
And I've got a lot of private conversations, and when he said that, he told me privately, and I have it in a live stream. I said, "Don, you keep saying that, but you never pointed to who. Was it Jody Sue? No. Okay. Was it the other Brandon guy up the hill who drove down with another guy to scare, Bullhorn Betty and Justin and them?" He goes, "Nope." I said, "Who was it? Like, I can't think of anyone else." And he goes, "This stays between me and you. It was Fred."
Oh my Lord.
So I thought it was weird because you ran. I was like, "Well, why did you run to Fred's?" But anyways, I will go back. We will find this since we're all researching again. And I'm going to pull this all up for you guys. The shit that I said that I have and I wouldn't show. And Val over there, she doesn't have shit. She keeps saying she does, but won't show it. Because I'm smart and I know when to show things and not show things. You think I talked to them for damn near 2.5 years plus some change, and you think everything's on my channel?
Well, she thinks she knows everything. She's
She
upset.
surely does. But anyway, not to mention that little butthead. But yeah, it'll be fun where I can match up and pull things up and bring it up and show you guys with it. But yes, when he mentions, I just pulled up from work, and when I saw my neighbor and my heart sunk, I just knew Summer was gone. He told me, and it's documented, that was Fred. Right beside him, the neighbor, the Fred.
Wow.
What
one
was
Ziggy married.
What was interesting?
The young boy's involved. And I know he's not young anymore. And I'm not going to say his name because I think we all know who he is, beginning with a H, that was there that day. But I still think he's a big part of this. And I don't believe the interviews that he gave on his dad's channel not that long ago completely contradicted what he said when he spoke to Chris and Donna.
How about this?
I think he knows.
Allie Hunter, I don't know about his sister or not, but I don't know if Allie stayed, but she was back and forth. But Hunter spent the night June 15th at the Wells. FYI, I can prove that. It's been sent to the TBI. I don't owe any YouTubers, but I will show, the ones here that I trust. But there's proof of that, and he knows there's proof of that. That's why Tim Mullen and White Boy and Candace needed Don away from me because he was starting to lose his shit and slip things out, just like the last live. Fine, damn it, I was there.
Okay,
And
so
then no more.
what? So if H was with them that morning, what else didn't happen or
So
happened?
did he
Because
say? Did he
yeah,
stay all night the 14th or the 15th? The night of the 14th
He
or the
stayed
night?
over the 14th when they all went swimming the 15th. She never picked Hunter up that day.
wow.
Okay.
Hunter was already at the house. And Don knows that. That's why when everybody was gone from the house, when he got back there with his sons who just ran to work, he was like, where is everybody? Like, what the heck?
What's interesting to me is when he said it wasn't very long before Summer went missing, he had like a vision or whatever, and he said, and I knew the time was, what did he say, nigh or near? I knew the time was near, that something was going to
Yes,
happen to Summer.
he sure said that.
That's one of the few things that ran chills down my body. How the hell did you know that? You didn't. You're crazy, Don.
He said a lot of things.
So is that story then where she asks him if he wants to come that day to the pond, whatever it is, lake, and she messages him or calls him from the hospital to ask him if he wants to come. But if he was there the night before, then that story's a load of rubbish.
Exactly.
That's
why I'm asking. Like, what else is rubbish? Did they even go to the lake that day? Did they even,
I think they went to the lake, but I think that the swimming video is from a different day. And I think that when they went to the lake, that was just because somebody come out and pick up everybody and park the truck at the lake that day. Just like the horse stables that now are on fire 2 days after I remembered everybody that. Yeah.
Why is she in the back of a truck with a
Right.
coat, a jacket on, and long pants when it's 80 freaking degrees outside and 100 degrees inside?
Right.
Crazy.
All right, I'll play.
Look, I have.
Or something like that of that nature. But I think Hawkins County and DCS worked together to intimidate us and tear us down and everything while they was taking our boys. They said, well, it's just going to be for 6 months to get them out of this chaos for a while.
No,
Bullshit.
you said that you wanted them out of there because it was unsafe.
Well, he told his original story was what he
Exactly.
told Jay for Justice when he said that somebody told him that they called TBI and told TBI that he knew where Summer was and that he had done something to her, and he got pissed and drank and got completely drunk, freaked
Yes.
out,
Sorry.
and CPS came and took the boys, and he said that was okay because that was probably safer for them anyway. That was his very first story.
Wow.
Yeah.
I have
Hey,
that in
Heidi.
a video, so I can share that. And you can
Amazing
see
that
the shortened version.
he's taken this little time with the news to talk about 3
Where's
years
Candace?
of his daughter missing, and it's all about him and Candace and how
Him.
they're victims.
Victim.
But that night before, they all fell out, They were having some kind of party, which makes sense, H being there, because Grandis told me they were all drinking. And
Oh, I was
Candace and
telling yesterday about how you were talking with Grandis and she found out you were going to put her out there, and how that was when I got my first phone call screaming to lie that you were a liar, Emma. Okay, guys, I am going to hop off of here. If you can't hear it, that weird noise, it is storming in here. So I'm going to set the alarms and I'm going to run home. And in about 15 minutes, I will be back up on panel.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay,
Bye,
talk
y'all.
to you soon.
Bye. Be careful.
Bye. But
It's our number
Oh,
one.
sorry, Emma. Go ahead.
no.
You sure? Okay.
mission to get our boys back, or to get your kids back in the family, which is a straight lie, in my opinion.
Members of the community still holding on to hope. Many of them pray weekly, if not daily, for Summer's safe return.
I'm believing that Summer will be found. I actually believe that she is still alive. I'm still believing it. And because all things are possible through God.
There's still always hope. And I don't want to see people give up on that. We need to be praying and begging for God to work a miracle in this situation, because as long as there's nothing that we have discovered, hey, there's still hope.
For Wells, he clings to his faith and does believe he will see Summer again.
Is that the church that they kicked them out of?
No, that's the church that they
A
go
prayer
to.
vigil to mark the 3-year disappearance of Summer Wells will be held tomorrow at Warriors Path State Park in Kingsport. It will be held at shelter number 5 at the park from 4 p.m. until 8 p.m. There will be a special butterfly release that will take place at 7:03 p.m. Forensic experts at the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children create age-progressed photos. This is the image created for Summer Wells last year. Photos like these are created every 2 years after a child goes missing, and then every 5 years after the age of 18. If you have any information on the disappearance of Summer Wells, you are urged to call investigators at 1-800-TBI-FIND. Again, that number is 1-800-TBI-FIND.
I think that is so sweet that they did a butterfly release instead of a balloon release. That made me happy when I saw that, but it made it even more special when I saw that it was a butterfly release.
Yeah.
It's so sweet.
Well, they're saying they don't like balloons being released now into the air, don't they?
Right. Well, it causes issues with the environment and the habitat, and most of the balloons have ribbon or string hooked to them, and then that gets wrapped around stuff, and then the actual balloon itself also, and so it can hurt our furry friends and our feathered friends and our water friends, and we don't want any of that.
To pollinate. Give it something to pollinate. Butterflies pollinate. There you go.
Exactly.
Yes.
But I just think there's been so many lies in this case. And I mean, not all of them are like, did they, didn't they? A lot of them are just so blatantly obvious, because they say things and then contradict themselves 10 minutes later.
Is there a reason why, if you don't mind me asking, they decided to release the butterflies at 7:03? Is there something I'm missing, or is it just?
Is that when the cops came?
I think that's when law enforcement arrived at Ben Hill.
What? Wait a minute.
Yep.
Yeah, because the 911 call came in at 6:20 something.
6:26.
Okay, and
23 maybe.
It's very similar because Sebastian's is also 6:20 something, a.m. not p.m. Summer's is p.m. but still. So yeah, it took them a good 40 minutes to get there because it was just barely after 7 o'clock when they got there.
Okay.
So 7:03. That makes sense. That's weird that they chose that time, but
I think I don't know. All these cases are blending together. I don't know why I was thinking that she went missing at 3:30.
No, they got home. They got home between 3 and 3:30. Allegedly.
There it is. Okay.
Yeah.
And then they did laundry and went through the groceries and hung out and watched TV, just things that Candace normally does with the kids every day, because she's a helicopter mom and all. I wanted to share this here. Another realm is Tara, and Tara has an awesome channel. If you're not subscribed, head over and check her out too. She's also a psychic medium, and she specializes in clairaudient, which means that she can hear EVPs like no other. Okay, like
Oh,
I can
that's
hear EVPs pretty well, but she is like, I don't even know. I can't even explain it. And she said that she cleared that audio up from Sebastian's case, sent it to
cool.
the FBI and Grandma, which that means Grandma Rogers, Seth's mother, now has the info that she heard also. So now we pray. So there's a little
I,
quick update. Thank you, Tara.
I want to listen to that. I want to listen to that.
Wait a minute, is
I
that
do
the
too.
one? Is she the one that released the audio that's
No,
been going around?
No,
no, she
Okay.
was on
no.
my channel earlier, Brittany, the one that released
Okay,
it
I gotta go watch it. I'm gonna have to go watch that and catch up.
on
Yeah,
Sweet Tea.
that's MMO.
Okay.
Taro is her channel name. I'm newer to her channel, but I've known Tara for a while. So I'm telling you, she is really good with her EVPs. Really good.
C Star, that is a good question. C Star, yeah, that one. That's a good question. That changes if he spent the night. That changes a lot of stuff.
Right. Yeah, because that changes the whole morning.
The whole morning. Mm-hmm.
The whole thing of her sitting there in the parking lot with Summer waiting on Grandma at the, in there seeing the doctor, and she didn't go pick Hunter up until whenever. I don't think that we actually had the exact times on that. I think our next time that we had factually was the Walgreens drop off.
Remember, he
Time.
said he was up all night,
Yep. Yeah,
so
I
that
do.
would
Yeah.
that would make sense. I mean,
Yep.
Yep.
There's
Oh, that's
also
right.
there's a
Allie said that there
discrepancy
were
about. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Allie said there were 2 hours in the morning that she couldn't discuss. That's right. I forgot.
Mhm.
That would align up too, wouldn't it?
Yep. Thank you,
There,
Candy.
there's
Go ahead, Brittany.
discrepancies with the. I'm sorry, the
Yeah,
price.
Dave.
I remember clearly. I caught. There's something not right with that whole point either, because Candace says to Chris McDonough, they ran in. They were in the grocery store for like 5 minutes. Ran in to grab some milk. Came out. Hunter says they were in there for a while, and
Hunter
then
says over an hour, maybe longer.
yeah, and then Candace talks about had to get the boys had to help us get groceries, had to get
Had to
help
sort
mom
of.
get her groceries, and so like you didn't just go get milk if you and mom both are putting your groceries away and sorting through things. But why lie about that?
Right.
Exactly.
Did they meet somebody at the grocery store?
Okay.
Maybe.
I think it was to take up a little bit more of the time gap. Okay. Because Dawn originally, I don't remember where, and I don't think I have this clipped, but I do remember Dawn said that they told law enforcement the timeline of the day. And law enforcement came back to Candace and said, you need to reevaluate the timeline that you gave us and fill it in because there's a lot of missing time.
They said you need to get your timeline straight before you
Right.
come back and talk to us.
Yep. So that's when she started adding in the dishes and the laundry and putting the groceries away and all that other shit that she added in there.
This
Yeah.
case just completely frustrates me. It really does. It makes me angry because I just don't believe a word that I've heard.
Right. Right,
Yep.
Emma. It feels very much like we're analyzing something that's just not even true.
Yeah, exactly. I think that they concocted, this is my opinion, concocted a kind of story as to just before she disappeared. But and it seems to, if you ask them all, it's almost like it's rehearsed. But if you listen to what they say during the day, that's when the timeline seems to differ and alter. And 1 minute he's staying the night, but then he's not staying the night. And she's ringing him, but then she's texting him. And it's all doesn't make sense. It's like I don't think they spent as much time thinking about what they did during the day as what they did just before she went missing.
2 people in the family are gone, and they don't know where either one of them is. Unsolved.
And
Right.
allegedly they're not connected to each other. Like,
Do you
I
believe
wanted
in
to.
coincidences?
nope,
I don't at
I
all.
don't. at all.
I wanted to respond to Wist here. They don't have computerized prescriptions in Kingport drugstore. You hand them a written piece of paper, not in Boise. No way. Okay, so this was 3 years ago, and 3 years ago you had to have paper. I know around here you had to have the paper script. They couldn't send narcotics through the computerized system yet. And I know that because my son is on medication for his ADHD. They could not send that because it's a controlled substance.
It was controlled.
At that time, it had to be paper, yes. And they recently updated that. And that's how it is in Indiana. And I'm pretty sure at this time, 3 years ago in Kingsport, it was a paper script also. Because they dropped it off at Walgreens and then went to swim, allegedly, and then came back and got it.
Emergency rooms used to just do paper almost all the time as well. They would just write a prescription. But yeah, you're exactly right.
Right. And thank you, Candy. Okay, we're gonna dance just because we need a dance break. Okay.
Not going to worry if it's out of my control. Ooh, 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 ooh. And I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for loving me. Thank you, thank you, thank you for loving me. Thank you for loving me.
I've always loved that theme. The little girl and Maya.
Thank you for loving us.
That's right. And I also have this, I'm going to show it just because I know that there's more people here and different people here right now than on the last one. This is my granddaughter, and this is a quick giggle just to, break up the sad subjects that we have to discuss here.
I love it.
Oh my God, I love it.
Sweet baby.
Goodness. Her giggle is just the best.
She has a great giggle.
Oh.
There's
Hey,
nothing,
Amy.
there's nothing like a baby giggle, a baby smile, and a baby smell.
I like
That's right.
I like their feet, little fat balls of feet on their feet, little fat feet. Oh my goodness.
She has chunky thighs on her chunk of duck thighs. Tara, are you trying to make me faint right now or what? Thank you so much. Thank you.
Oh my gosh, that's amazing.
Yes.
We're gonna dance
That's
again because I don't know what to
very
say.
sweet.
I'm speechless.
Not going to worry if it's out of my control. Ooh, 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 ooh. And I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for loving me. Thank you, thank you, thank you for loving me. Thank you for loving me.
Thank
Very
you so much,
sweet.
Tara. I appreciate
Hey.
that. Tara and I
Oh.
go way back to the West Boys case. So
Bama said, Tara, that's 10,000 pennies.
And yeah,
That's funny.
congratulations
Aw,
again.
You
Okay.
deserve every penny, hun. Oh, that's
Yes,
sweet.
she does. Absolutely. You
appreciate
guys
it
are
so much.
awesome.
it still feels surreal. So it's gonna take a little while to sink in. Oh, John Q is here.
Hey, Mr. John.
God.
Hello,
We're starting.
hello.
We're starting to complete. We need a couple more, and then we'll be set. How's it going, Mr. John?
It's going good. Just getting in.
So happy to
And
have
I
you.
had a notification. I said, "Oh Lord!" I said, "I should be home in about another half hour or so, like that." So I saw that you were live. So I said, "Okay." She sent me the link. So
Yes.
Thank you for
Yeah.
joining.
I
Hi,
promised I
John.
would.
yes, thank you,
I'm
thank
happy
you.
that
Much
you
love
made
in the
it.
chat. Hope everybody had a good day.
Yeah.
Talking about some babies here. His feet were so thick it was impossible to find shoes to fit him. Oh,
See, you know what I'm talking about. Then the little fat babies with the chunky thighs and the
yes.
little ball on top there. I love little fat babies. They're the best.
My granddaughter is so ticklish on her inner thighs. And it's so funny. It's like, it's hard to change her diaper. She's 16 months old, so she thinks that she has to constantly be on the go. And so for her to lay down long enough to change a diaper, especially a pooey one, it's like, you have to give her something to distract her. Well, I've kind of I don't know, like formed a routine, I guess, for her that she knows as soon as I get her pants back on her, I am going to tickle the shit out of her inner thighs. And so she waits for it. As soon as I put her pants on, she spreads her legs wide open, like, get me. And I start tickling her just right there above her knee. And she giggles. The dimples start, she has dimples on both sides. And it's
Aw.
amazing. It is so amazing. So,
Oh, hey, Ebony. Thank you, sweetheart. You're just too sweet.
So I
I
heard
love it.
something has changed.
Yeah, a little
I was,
bit.
I was listening to the live as I was getting out of my car and putting some things away and whatnot. And I heard something has changed.
Yes.
Hunter's statement, Hunter's whereabouts.
Well, that was his
That
second statement when he was on with his father. His statements that he made then were different than what he made in the beginning.
I think he's talking about maybe what Cher said that according
Oh,
to
That is
yeah,
correct.
yeah.
okay. So,
Cher
yeah.
says she has proof that Hunter was there that night on the 14th. Now, I've always thought, based upon the bathing suit, because Candace says, "Oh, I put a bathing suit on her that morning. We wasn't planning on going swimming, but it was going to be hot." And then she says, Hunter says, "We change summer. Candace changes summer at his house, Allie's house." Excuse me. And then they say, "Well, when we got to Walgreens, that's when we decided we were going to go swimming." But then they also say they were going to go fishing or swimming at Hunter's house. And I said, something's not right here. Something's not right, because you can't decide it all at, 4 different spots, the same thing at 4 different spots. You decide and you do it. So Hunter said that he was up all night, and in the Chris McDonough's interview. And I was thinking that, oh, well, Hunter and Candace were talking that night. And then Cher said, well, I've got proof that Hunter was there on the 14th.
Yeah.
Now, if she's got proof, she's got proof. But, I've always thought that, Hunter was there, or Hunter was and Candace were talking that night, because I'm telling you guys, Hunter, if she wasn't there, if he wasn't spending the night with her, they were speaking all through the night. They already knew Grandis was going to the hospital the next morning. While I'm waiting, let's hook up. Let's go see, the lake or whatever they're going to do.
But
Right.
why say that they're messaging? Hi, John. Why say that they're
Hello, Emma.
messaging him to ask him if he wants to come if he's there with them from the night before? Doesn't make sense.
You're right.
Right.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah, because that changes the whole dynamic of the timeline.
Mm-hmm.
Major.
And why would they lie? Okay. Why would they lie about Hunter spending the
There
night?
goes that question.
Why? what would be the reason for that? I mean, we could tell by, just looking a little into their social medias that it's a common theme for Hunter to be there, so that wouldn't be a shock for anyone. So,
Well, they were having lots of drinks the night before, Grandis told me, and they were falling out.
oh,
I don't know. I mean, something could have happened the night before while he was there, and they'd had plenty of time to concoct some kind of, if that was the case, they would have had plenty of time to think of something.
That has always been my question. one of my biggest questions. Who do we have that's trustworthy in the least that can prove Summer was fine? Like, what date or time can we go back to say that Summer was seen alive and well? Can we even trust the church members at this point? Like,
I mean, I think it's safe. I mean, let's think about that for a moment. Well, I mean, they did see her at the Sonic, so Summer had to be alive on the 15th.
okay, there you go.
According to the staff. So, but again, that changes the entire morning if that is the case. But again, I've always felt like, in my opinion, that something took place between Dawn and Candace because of Hunter. Something, because remember, they were supposed to go swimming that evening with the kids at the water park. Well, when they get back home, right, and she get the boys are around there, the plan stops. Right? The plan stops.
Yeah.
Why is the plan stopping?
The plan stops, and then Ali takes to, well, I don't know if it's Ali or a daughter takes to social media, putting out that message about how they'd been to the swimming hole and Summer had gone under the water, and made such a big deal out of her going under the water for like up to a minute, it said initially, and put that on social media. And then we heard about that, because until then, Don and Candace, nobody mentioned anything about that day. It was all about that night, the evening when she disappeared. So,
And that is true.
Right.
Mohawk, Hunter was not to leave Sullivan County. He was on probation. Sherry had the only car, and she was friends with Candace first. But, they get home and, there's no talk about the water park. And the reason I believe they were going to that water park is because Dawn was working literally across the road. Now, Jose told me that Dawn and Candace, no matter how bad of parents they were, they would never leave the boys alone, because it was so far out, and the boys got a little rowdy a lot of times. And, and CPS was, there on and off and all this. So they would never leave them alone. I 100% believe Dawn was with the boys that morning, and he calls at 11:30 while Candace is in the line. Where the hell are you? But he makes an excuse by saying, "Oh, I'm gonna. I called Candace and I just decided I was going to stay to work later. But it was 11:30 in the morning. I might as well work later." He didn't realize that Candace was in the drive-thru at 11:30. That's the thing he forgot in this timeline. You don't say, "Well, I'm going to work later at 11:30 in the morning."
Yeah, because I never thought it ever made sense to leave the boys home alone.
Well,
I mean, that's the part that grabs me. You're gonna go and take grandma to the hospital, have her checked out because she's got a knee issue, and then you're gonna go to Warrior State Park for 20-minute swim.
And take another kid's child.
She wasn't having time problems stating that, but everything else she had a time problem with.
What happens if they were left at home because they'd done something wrong the night before? Or something had happened the night before?
Well, I mean, you got to realize CPS was there the day before. I mean, you think they're going to leave the kids there alone while, CPS is on them?
And then you have CPS pressure on this family as well.
Oh, absolutely. And Cher can tell you this. Dawn left Tennessee with the oldest boy because there was allegations that one of Allie's and the oldest one, there was some allegations between the two, and Dawn picked up and left the
Yep.
state.
That's facts. Give me a minute. I have a lot to say on that. Hold on.
That is a fact.
Hey,
I
Sheila.
know that.
I
And
knew she'd
so,
be ready.
I'm going to drop down just because I need to go back to sleep for a bit because I'm
all right,
tired.
Emma, get
Thanks
some
for
rest,
coming
dear.
up.
Thanks.
All right, see you later.
Bye.
Thank you.
Welcome. Bye, Chef.
Nice
Bye,
seeing
everybody.
you, Emma.
Bye.
Yeah.
Nice to talk to you. Bye.
Bye.
You guys
Now,
make sure that you subscribe to Emma. I've been putting her
Bye,
link
Emma.
in the chat.
Bye.
Bye.
now, you see, they always said, Jose split him up and all that, but it wasn't just Jose. I mean, Candace needed Allie at that time, for money and stuff. So, because I don't think even Candace didn't even have a good car then, did she? She
They
had an
didn't
old,
get the Subaru until December of
yeah,
2020.
So I don't even know if Candace had wheels then, to be honest with you.
She
So
had the
she
green
needed
Suburban.
the green Suburban. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had a lot of vehicles they had running because the Subaru was running. The Suburban they drove down to meet Brian Inton with.
Well,
He drove down.
No. While they
Before-
were in, while Don was in Utah, they didn't have the
Yeah.
Subaru yet.
CCare RN, hey. I haven't seen CCare
Well, she was
in a while.
probably driving the truck she sold to Kathy then, because that was still drivable.
Yeah, the Suburban. Yep, the green Suburban. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, because I remember Candace posted on Facebook that it was going to be hard this Christmas, but the kids knew that they had love and blah, 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 blah. And then like a week later, she posted a picture of the Suburban saying that Dawn bought it for her. I have those screenshots still.
They have a Christmas photos, and that is the saddest Christmas photos I have ever seen in my entire life.
I agree.
Yeah.
Those are Dollar Tree, like, and there was like 2 or 3 each, you know what I mean? And like the walls all dirty, and they're all laying on this day bed, and it was just the dirt. The kids are dirt. It's just sad, man. Just really
I remember
sad.
the one picture of Summer with her tongue hanging out of her mouth, and she had dirt all over her face. Her clothes were horrible. I mean, they didn't match, but so what? But they were just like grungy looking, like dirty, like she had been wearing them for a few days. The mess around her, it makes me so sad. And okay, I was listening to a live stream that I posted. Actually, Cher, I was reviewing one of the times that you had Don on. He went on panel. He had called you on the phone in this live stream, and I had said then that you have to think about this. Okay, the pictures that we have of Summer Wells are pictures that Candace chose to put on social media. Okay. Now, I'm not saying that if you go to all of our social medias, our personal ones, and, try to find our family pictures, that you're going to see perfect white picket fences and, it's not going to be like that. Okay. But what I'm saying is, I don't post pictures of my children when they're picking their ass or picking their nose or,
No.
but that's what we got of Summer. We got dirty, half nude pictures. We got
straight up nude with Summer around a bunch of grown men, by the way. Straight nude.
Right.
She had nothing on but flip flops.
And when the construction picture?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. And then we have the one where she's sitting in the chair in her dirty underwear. And, like she chose to post those. And then she didn't just post them. The one in the dirty underwear, she tagged people in that picture. So it wasn't, she didn't just share those nasty pictures. She tagged people so that they would make sure that they could see them. And Summer picking her, holding her bottom and like bruises and just gross. Like, why? Those are what she chose to post. I cannot emphasize that enough. She chose
Justin, do you remember when Don sent me that picture that was Candace got
That
mad
was
at him
it,
for
yeah.
sending and get that whole line of pictures that should not have been in there.
Should
And
not
that's
have.
that's when he said that he withheld an iPad from the law. They never got to get their hands on this. We hit it good.
Yeah, and
I have
Candace ditched a phone or two
Yep.
in a pond outside what's the cities around there? What's the major city around there?
Kingsport.
No.
So
It's
Gatlinburg.
no. Where Don
I
always
don't
went to
know.
get his hookers.
Oh, that is. Oh, wait, hold on.
Knoxville.
Knoxville. Yes. Yes.
He
Knoxville. Where I got
Candace
his attorney from.
Candace was getting close to someone I know, and she was, Candace, any person, especially a guy that gives her attention, said that she ditched a phone in Knoxville at one of her friends' farms in one of their ponds. And that was sent in to the FBI.
Does that kid even eat it? Oh, man. It looks like they were starving her. I'm sorry.
Don used to call me freaking out anytime I said the words unnourished. He
Look at
would
her little legs.
malnourished. I would say malnourished. And do you remember what else he would freak out? Whenever I was on a live once and I was like, it's a freaking flop house over there. And he called me so fast. Don't you dare call it a flop house. I'm like, Don, it's a flop house. Like, I know what a flop house is. Like, I was raised in flop houses, like
Right.
it's
Well,
flop house.
here's the thing, though. Like, it wouldn't bother. I mean, obviously, it's going to bother you regardless. But the boys, they never looked like they were hungry. Those kids, like, if you look at the transition from the time that Summer looked like she was about 3, she looked very healthy.
Mm-hmm.
The boys grow bigger. They get a little bigger as time goes by. Summer looks like she's just depleted.
Summer and the middle boy, in my opinion, were the two ones that were out.
Right.
And I mean, look at that floor. It's an unfinished. Plywood, particle board, whatever. And look at the wall behind her to your left.
Yep. It's hard.
I mean, how the fuck does someone live like that?
Exactly.
And they've got animals, cats, dogs, roaches, smoke.
So
cigarettes.
much you have to see. Jose Raymond said that there was a hole in the wall where the older kids would watch people having sex. Now, coming from a world I come from, and don't say sorry, don't feel bad. I have to put this out here. I don't believe that Don and Candace didn't set it up for either filming or having men watch or whatever. So my mom would want to get what she would want to get and it wouldn't matter. And she would be like, they're up there sleeping to where me and my little sister were. Didn't matter who went up there or whatever, just do what you want. Give me my shit so I can drool over here on the couch. But there was pinhole things. Now back then we didn't have cell phones and stuff, but there was cameras, but there wasn't cameras back then. They didn't need it. What they needed was to just watch there in person. I don't want to call it a glory hole because it's not the same thing, but you know what I mean, Justin?
Well,
little people to watch and it helps groom kids. Oh, this is normal. Look at this. Take this porn in there and then go do this. And I know it's too much information, but I found these holes and Joe, what was his name? Josie. No, not Josie. Sorry. The one, your friend, he passed away.
Jose
talked about those holes.
Yes.
Killer Looks puts up a very good video, and if you look, you can see these holes, and they're going right into the dungeon.
Yeah.
So I really believe that there was black web hurt and abuse of every way the children and
Well,
being somehow marketed online, going to someone online.
I believe this was, and I haven't said this online, but I
That shit
believe
is
this
scary.
was I think this was a fetish for Dawn, because
Yes.
Dawn was known as a peeper.
Yes,
One
you
thing that
got
I
it.
do believe, one thing that I absolutely believe Jody Sue on, is when Andy was out of town, Dawn was peeping. And we know, Dawn, we have a freaking police report that this man was peeping in a woman's house. He broke in her
Yeah.
garage, stole panties. They came at, police were driving by, or someone called, one of the neighbors called because he was peeping. Police get there, and he's talking, they asked Dawn, what's up? And Dawn says that one of his friends lived there. And the
Yeah.
police say, well, then why don't you go inside?
And
And he
one
said
time he made that joke, remember, online, and it's even in text. And there was sometimes when Mark was like, I don't want to talk to that dude because he would make jokes like, you can just mail me your underwear. And it's like, oh, you're gross, dude. Well, I wouldn't have to do this if you would just do that. Or Candace, and Candace would start laughing. But I guess, yeah, Candace
and it
doesn't
just,
wear underwear. So I don't
but
know.
it just
Sorry.
shows you
He's got a
that
stink.
we
Yeah, he's
have
got a fetish.
we have Jose, we have you talking about, the peepholes and everything. And we
People.
have police reports about the panties. And then we also have something that's happened in the last 2 years with Dawn. What did Benny find in Dawn's truck?
Mm-hmm.
Panties. They weren't Candace's panties either.
No.
He's got this fetish, and it's a twisted fetish, whatever he's got.
Miss Mandy.
That's how it always starts. Yep.
Miss Mandy.
Yes, sir.
Can we do something interesting? You were
What do you
showing
have?
those pictures of Summer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Could you show the first one again? The very first one?
Her bathing suit, this one?
Yeah. Is there any way that we can blow this picture up and try to take a look at Summer's fingers?
Not the way that I'm sharing it right now because I have it as an overlay. I would have to try to pull it. Yeah, that'd be awesome. And I have other ones too I was going to share. I didn't want to share while we were talking about Don and his panty fetish.
I'm just noticing how dark. I'm just noticing how dark her right thumb is in this picture.
Yeah, and there's bruises all up and down her legs too. I actually zoomed
Yes,
in.
I pointed that out before too, all up and down. Now, Mandy, I showed the wrong person perhaps, but I want to show you something privately, and the bruises. Yeah, there's something I will show you privately.
Okay.
It's scary.
That bothers
This
me.
This one makes me sick to my stomach.
Me too.
I mean, they're out in public. She's in her pajamas, and
I've never seen that picture. I thought I've seen every Summer Wells picture. I've never seen that picture.
They say that is a common thing that a child would do when.
If it's common, I mean, it's common for
Yeah.
Summer because there's many pictures of her like this that I have in my summer album. Like Candace posted, that's what I'm saying. Candace posted these pictures like this.
That's
Multiple
what
of
I'm
them.
saying. No mother would post pictures like that unless you have someone like a Tim Mullen, like, yeah, post this one. Because here's the sick world people want to, like, they know it exists or they hear it exists, but they want to push it out of their mind. And you guys all know with dealing in this, John, maybe you even understand, but I feel like you guys are smart and you understand. There is a whole dark
Can you go back to that
fucking
last picture?
world where men will pay for children to look disheveled, to look hurt. They will pay to watch a mom slap their child. They will pay to watch your child cry. They like to make them look like they're in poverty and starved. And beaten
Have-
They go
down,
low.
and people
Yeah.
pay for this. People keep saying,
Right.
"Well, where's the
Um,
money? Where's the money?" It's disgusting, and all the
have you
people's
never
in the
heard of
house
Frank?
scary.
Right.
Sorry,
Right.
what Frank
No.
Light?
Yeah.
Yes.
Did you ever hear what he likes allegedly?
I
Oh,
forget, but I did hear, and I know a couple of his victims wrote me. And
Jeez.
I literally will have to go all the way back now because it's so
I
much.
can't even tell it, but I'll read it in chat.
Too, there's something I wanted to point out just while we're here because I really don't want to like. Oh my god, the hair, her hair color, that too. I've all the red
Mhm.
barrel. I'm going to point out the things that make me think this is possibility.
Private chat.
The red barrel that says for sale. Her hair colors, like how her head, and it seems like
head
okay,
shaved.
you're one of these
Mhm.
people that like obviously you let your kid run around, you know,
Justin,
look,
yes.
and then all of a sudden we're supposed to believe that you're into dyeing her hair different colors and matching her clothes
Exactly.
to her hair, and
Brittany,
like,
you are on it.
and some of the pictures you'll see like her clothes and her hair match, and it's like are we really supposed to believe that Candace just woke up one day and was like, oh, I want to dress you up and treat you like a baby doll, and then the next day Summer's like, yes, come on, y'all.
Yep. The picture on Grandis's bed of her with a dolly. Yep. It's all.
Yeah.
Okay, listen. Okay, this is the thing. Okay, these are censored pictures. Okay, you see the box that I have over this because I just saw somebody ask me to take the pictures down. I covered this up. These were
Yes.
posted on social media. This is how far they have gone. This is what this little girl had to live through. Okay,
If
we're
they
just
didn't think this was wrong, what did they think is wrong then? You know
And
what I
what do
mean?
you think I found on the picture that I wasn't supposed to have from the iPad they withheld from the cops, and pictures that I was never supposed to be sent, nor did he know a whole picture strip. What now? Look at, yes, you guys.
okay, but we just get to see this is one split second of this little girl's
Disgusting.
life that we're looking at the screen right now. Okay,
Bad.
we have no idea. We can only imagine what she lived through by looking at some of these pictures. And these are the censored ones, okay? If I showed you this one, and this one I have edited in two different ways. This one is the fully edited one. This one, she is sitting in this chair in a pair of dirty panties.
Yes.
Okay. I have this totally edited so you cannot see any of that. But this is how she's sitting here eating, and she got a picture taken of her. Why? And she has her knees pulled up to her chest. Okay. Why? Why was she living like this?
We know why.
You need to know if you're wanting to follow this case. Like, I'm sorry, this is true crime, and true crime is gross. You
And then
know, it's
dyeing
all a
her
trigger
hair.
warning.
Look at her hair there.
Yes. Yes, and it's all a trigger warning. And
Ugh.
I'm sorry, I don't want to, make anybody mad or upset or anything, but this is the reality of it,
Yes,
and it's
this
not
is
fair,
reality.
but you have to be educated on it. I mean,
And
if
we
you wanna
wonder
follow
why
this
she's gone
line-
and missing for 3 years, and this is the stuff that the parents are taking pictures of. Gee, I wonder.
Her head is
and it's
behind
big.
her hand is behind her head and no shirt. Her
Yeah,
is
this
I
one.
think she was here.
Just like
Yeah.
those, she's being posed in that picture, Justin. Remember those other pictures where
Oh yes, yeah.
she's being posed?
I think
That's-
so, Cher.
That's also
Real
not.
effed up.
That's not. That was not Summer's bed either in that picture, by the way.
Right.
Well, you can definitely understand why CPS would be involved.
Oh yeah, for sure. Sure.
And how
terms
were
of
they
crime.
there? How were they there before June 15th and closed out cases? That's what.
not true. That's not true. Then they can
Candace
pull up the
avoided
letter.
them.
Dawn and Candace need to pull the letter up on their little favorite white boy radio over there. Pull the letter up saying, and everybody gets them, this case has been dismissed because, and we are closing it because of blah, 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 blah. And you take that and you hold it up because screw any HIPAA violations. It's done and over with. So hold that up because you get a letter when case is closed. So hold up the letter that case was closed June 15th, June 14th, 2021. Don, Candace, you want anyone to believe you about the CPS stuff and everything? Okay, yeah, I find that weird. So you find that envelope because they absolutely emailed you, not emailed, they snail mailed you. You got a letter in the mail stating the case was closed and why. Put that shit on White Boy's channel so we can see it. Because then, you know what? You might have a thing that might piss people off enough, Don, to actually look into the CPS.
That would have been in 3 years ago if they had it.
3 years ago, and you're not posting
there
your stuff.
We know that there was a case before that, or that CPS had gotten called to the house, because remember, Candace posted in June of 2020. I read it on the last live stream. June of 2020, she posted something about bitch ass CPS cop calling bitches or whatever. Like she was calling somebody out for calling CPS on her.
Yes,
So
I remember that.
I mean, somebody had to have shown up to the house, whether she opened the door or not, who knows. But CPS was called to the house. And then there were also the post or the comment from the neighbor who had posted that she contacted CPS because of everything that she saw. And then I still have those screenshots too. I'd have to find them, but they are detailed about what the house looked like, what Summer tried to give her a toy because it would get thrown away anyway, or something along those lines. Like it was horrible. It was literally horrible.
Jesus.
But yet they still had all the kids.
Mm-hmm.
Those 4. They lost their first 4.
I wonder what made them lose the boys, like what it ultimately was.
Because they didn't do shit to get them back.
I think they didn't do what they were supposed to do to get back, but I think that when they were taken, 2 of them were about of an age, or they have something that they're not telling us to know that something real bad happened this summer. But at least one of them is of age where they can say, just like I had to say, I don't want to see my mom ever again.
Can I show this? And I want to preface this that the charges were dropped. I believe the charges were dropped on this. But this was with her first set of kids. Arrested for child abuse, intentionally causing harm, and possession of drug paraphernalia. Burnett County Court Case 82702, 122802, arrested for disorderly conduct and reckless endangering safety, first degree. Okay, and then arrested for disorderly conduct and probation violation. So actually, this wasn't the one I wanted to show you. Oh yeah, this one was a child abuse. Yes, child abuse. Child abuse, intentionally causing harm and possession of drug paraphernalia. Now, what does that mean? Intentionally causing harm and drug paraphernalia. Now, again, it was dropped, but now I have spoke with Candace's oldest children's family. I'll just say that. And
interesting.
I think that the 4 that she had with Don were treated probably better than the other 2.
See, I've talked to Don's older 2 children, Margie and Junior. And
wow,
they lied to me.
Yeah,
I had their phone number. I was talking to them for a little while, and I asked them, "Did Don ever put hands on you?"
And the daughter didn't feel comfortable speaking
Wow.
at first. And then the son came out and he said no. And I have text messages to prove this, but we talked on the phone for a while. And then when it came around to Don wanting him to record, his son Don was not comfortable recording his statements, and then his daughter wanted to keep everything to a minimum. No, he never even spanked me when he was mad. Okay, thank you, bye. So, but neither one of them felt comfortable recording a statement until I guess just recently with White Boy and Don. So there's that. But I honestly felt like they were lying for their dad.
This is Don talking about how he grew up. We all had access to PORN back then, and it was very sick PORN. I can still remember some portraying young, I can't even say it, young, both the words together. We would sneak these magazines from our uncle's bedroom and would all look sick. PORN was all he had to learn about sex. So this imprints on a young mind.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, it sure does.
This is how, this is how things are, when a young mind is imprinted on
Yeah.
what brings them, stimulation, right?
Yep.
And in my opinion, this is why Don is the way he is.
This is a message to Don?
This is a message from Don.
From.
If a child is introduced to sexual activity before they should be, it psychologically has lasting effects.
Exactly exactly right. And I have conversations and recordings with Don, and Don did come out and say it himself, but Don was molested himself as a kid, so he kind of felt like, well, they're leaving this out, they're leaving these magazines, they're leaving these videos play, and like us kids, we thought that was playing, so we played accordingly to what we found or practiced or would do. And I was like, Don, that's kind of grooming. Like, they were grooming you then when you were kids like that. That is wrong for them to be doing to you, And he was like,
when he was a child too,
and he said too that there was somebody that took advantage of him when he was a child too, and so that messing around with all the porn that he thinks was being left out on purpose, and that's where people got mad at me. But I was trying to let them see, because these things go generations back, and it's not that I want people to feel sorry for Don. What Don has done is terrible, but it does come from somewhere too, and that's where, me, I always need to know the going back and how many generations, because it goes back generations and it just keeps building and building these monsters.
When he was young,
you would definitely most certainly have to go back to the point of origin.
Yeah, and sadly, when he was a victim, some people don't learn and they victimize, others, and that just
and
becomes
they think it's okay.
Well, and with Candace,
they become the trauma that they suffered.
Yep.
Thank you, Candy. And I wasn't Cher, have you heard that Summer was named after a pom-pom queen?
What?
Look at the screen. A pom-pom queen.
No, I never knew that. Oh, hi, Candy. Hey, boo. No, I never knew that.
Thank you, Candy. And I have the message that Candace sent to her daughter, Candace. There's 3 Candaces: Grandma Candace, Candace Bly, and then Candace had a daughter that she named Candace too. So there's 3 Candaces. And I have the message that Candace, Summer's mother, wrote to her daughter. when she reached out, and it's really blurry, and I know I have a clear copy, so I'm going to try to find that so I can share it. But it's her making excuses and explaining why she gave her first two children away. So
Oh, he's an idiot. Okay.
Candace had two children before she met Don. Don had two children before
Yeah.
he met Candace, and then they had 4 children together. So all together, they have lost 7 children to the
Yeah.
system.
Yeah.
And so I think that it tells a whole lot. But and here she's blaming it on the man that she was with. He was 42, she was only 19. He liked rugs, and she didn't, but he wanted her to try it, and then he started making threats, and yeah.
So
So I'm gonna try
everything
to
on this other guy, not her. I'm gonna shitty mom
right,
because of me. This
right,
is
Yeah.
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 Okay.
So I'm gonna find that clear copy so that I can share it, because I know
If
that I have
my
it.
dad or mom ever came to me with some bullshit like that, no way. Like I would have no life with my father if this was the no.
Right.
Nope. Absolutely not. Own your shit.
Hey, Mandy, can I share one more thing?
Yes, sir.
I
You
just
can
want to
share
see if
as many
this
things
is
as
what John was talking about the other day. This is the trips, every trip that they supposedly took that day, right?
Okay.
This, and then I did like the directions, how long it took from 110 Ben Hill. Total driving that day, they did 1 hour and 43 minutes
That's round trip.
round trip.
Round trip. Divide
Mhm.
that in half.
Let's see, alleys back to alleys and hospital, Walgreens to vape beer to horse stable swimming, horse stable swimming to hippie house to Walgreens to Sonic, lost one there, Sonic to Priceless to Alley's home. So I don't know if that's what you were.
21 minutes from Allie's house to home.
Yep. 21
Okay,
minutes.
go backwards.
That one doesn't have the time.
Priceless to Allie's.
I believe that was like, it doesn't have the time on them, does it? But it's I think it was 10 minutes from Alley's to Priceless.
Okay.
I remember. But let's see, these have times on. I guess I cut them off, the times on those. See, 6 minutes horse stables to hippie house. Horse stables hippie house is 3 minutes. Hippie house to Walgreens is a half a mile. So yeah, I guess I cut some of the times off. So, but it was an hour and 43 minutes round trip everywhere that they went that day. So I've tracked it. I've drove it as well.
Now, insert what Cher brought up concerning the 14th.
Right.
And Hunter.
Okay, I was just gonna say something, John, because if everyone can remember back for a second, if I can find, I'll maybe steal my husband's phone, something. The interview with Chris McDonough and Hunter. And if you're listening to everybody, and then so Hunter got dropped off, and now they're making up excuses, whatever. But at that interview, listening to Chris McDonough and them, Hunter says he got picked up by his girlfriend and his mom, and they went to the park. Okay. And then they said, well, where did Allie go and Leslie go? Allie and Leslie go to a baseball field. Okay, so they're going to a park. He just gets back. They're going to some park. Hunter and then Allie and her friend is going to a ballpark. But I always thought that was code for everyone quick rushed back to Dawn and Candace's. Because why is everyone like 3 times? You have to go back and listen to that. That would be a good one for us all to go back and listen to, and you'll see what I'm saying. I don't know where my notebook is, but there's 2 or 3 times, and then all of a sudden around between 3 and 3:30, all of a sudden all these different people are going to ballparks. It's fucking weird. And yeah, I mean, he spent the night there. I just don't know, did Allie spend the night there too? But Hunter was already there. The whole lie with, oh, she went in there and put the swimsuit on in the house and changed in the house. And Candace is like, well, no, she changed here at the house. Well, you know, Hunter's right then. She did change in the house, right? But it's just that Hunter was at Candace's house. Boom.
And that, like you said, that changes everything.
It does.
The entire time.
That would change the entire morning.
And then they're not lying, but he's right. Oh, Candace changed her in the house. Okay, well, yeah, you're right. She changed her in her house, but it was her house, and you were there. So thank you for letting me know that.
Right. Oh, okay. I'm trying to pull these pictures up here, and I think that I think I found them. Let me see if they're switched.
Sherry, you gave me some food for thought.
Good. That's what this is about. Yes.
Right. Get the wheels turning. Turn the gears.
And then it makes sense, right?
Well, none of it makes sense, but
no, just that, like, well, he's lying. Like, where did she? Well, there wasn't really a swimsuit, but it's because she already had it on, put at her house, and yeah, she changed in the house. Hunter knows that because Hunter was actually at 110 Ben Hill Road. That's why she left the driveway twice, and the cops told her that. Remember, you left your house 2 times. Why? Why is because she actually had to bring Hunter home. They didn't go to the swim hole. It wasn't dropping Hunter home after the swim home. The reason why she had to leave the driveway a second time, she left to bring Hunter home that time from the house, not the water park. Finally, you guys are listening to me.
Trishy, someone in chat, Trishy said, "Who's Hunter?" Hunter is, yeah, that, believe it or not, there's people that don't know about this case. Hunter would be Candace's, I guess it's safe to say, ex-best friend's son. At the time, he was what, 15, you guys?
Yeah, he was 15.
And he was mingling with Candace in very inappropriate ways, in my opinion.
Buying alcohol for a minor.
Well, and the social media videos of them like laying on the bed together, that's something's wrong with that. All of that.
All of it.
The way she talked to him, remember the comments between the two where she's like talking to him in a sexual way about masturbating and things like that.
That was on Facebook.
I forgot that.
He posted on Facebook that he was in a relationship, and Candace commented on it and said, "With who? What was it, Rosie?
Pamela, I think."
Oh, yeah.
Or
and
whatever she called it.
You guys so cute. Sparkle Berry Shine says, I just want to say I am loyal to Brittany, but I really, really, really like you guys, Mandy and Cher.
Oh, well, we really, 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 really like you too.
Sparkle Berry is a sweetheart.
So if Candace left the hill twice.
Yes. She did.
One of the times she left was to bring Hunter home.
Right.
Don was on the property.
My opinion, yes. Yes, yes, yes.
Okay.
Don, in my opinion, was home sometime between 11:30 and 1:30 that day. He did leave with the boys, but I do believe whatever the time that call was, and me and him gone back and forth, and he's never even told me I'm wrong. You guys have heard it all play out. I believe he was home at least by 1:30 in the afternoon. When he made that call to Candace, he was saying like, "Where are you guys?"
When
Right.
she was in the drive-through,
I felt
Yep.
that too.
that was
Yep.
11:30.
11:30. Well, then he was home at 11:30. He was home at 11:30. Oh my God. Remember my live when I was getting him finally? He was all riled up and he was just shouting answers. And I was like, there you fucking go. And that's when they stopped him from talking to me. And he was like, fine, I was home. Okay. A few lives back. Oh my God. I'm going crazy now. He told me and Mark on a live, he took his lunch break at 11:30.
Shut up.
I'm not kidding you.
When
It's on
when
there
it hits
and
you,
it's
it
going to
hits
be
me like
found.
that
It's
all the
on a
time.
live stream. We'll find it. It's on a live stream. Not shitting you. I wouldn't do that.
No,
God
Cher reminded
damn.
me of the cartoon off of, I don't know, of the Little Mermaid, of the crab, the
I mean,
Well,
like
because
my
from that,
wheels are
the
spinning.
little crab
because
saying.
from that conversation, I gathered that too. I said, okay, if Don is there making that call to Candace, which is picking up prescriptions at that time, and that call came in, which was allegedly overheard by Hunter in regards to the statement he made about that phone call, being that, there's someone up on the property touching little kids. Well, how the hell would he know?
Exactly, because he was home when he made that
Right.
call. Yes.
Right.
He was
So
probably the one
that's
up
a
on the
different
hill.
way to it would be a different way to confirm it does put Don there. So I said, okay, Don is at home. The boys are there. Candace hasn't gotten home yet. He's home. So why does he lie about what time he got home?
Because it's Dawn.
Was
He
next
has to lie. Yeah.
right.
And
So how
why
you doing,
lie?
Scott?
Because maybe lie because CPS went knocking on the doors and he had to pretend like he was there. Or not there, I mean, pretend like he was not home. So if he ever says out he was home, or I don't know. But I mean, he's just a liar anyway.
So if
Well,
he's
that's
there at the
true.
property when Candace leaves to take Hunter home, is Summer with Candace or is Summer with Don?
That's when I think Summer goes bye-bye and then Candace comes home and oh my God, Summer's gone.
Okay.
In my opinion, I better say this. This is all Cher's crazy
Yeah, just
mind working an opinion and things that I have written down a million times. That
Well,
is just my thinking.
I think Don freaked out at some point, either while Hunter was there or when she dropped Hunter off, if that is the case, and when she came back, that's when she really got it.
Or maybe
Like,
because Hunter was there.
I think Hunter was there and something actually really bad happened. And that's when she left, took Hunter home. And that's why Allie was always like, when she dropped Hunter off, and he was like, she was alive when I left. Always a weird conversation to be having, right?
Right. See, so either way, it falls right back to my conclusion. Don and Candace knows exactly what happened to Summer.
oh yes, they absolutely
See?
yes.
It has to. It
I
has
mean, I
to.
couldn't get up off that spot because it puts them too close in proximity in the timeline, especially from the 11:30 to the 1:30 timeline.
According to Duchess
Problem. If he's
discussions, are
home and
y'all
he's
familiar with her channel?
I'm sorry, Scott. If he's home waiting for her to get home, she gets home, Hunter's with her, something happens. Now they get stirred off. Now she's got to take Hunter home at let's say the 2 o'clock deal. And then she comes back And all of this starts, it puts them together on the property where Summer is.
Well, Candace says Hunter wanted to go home with her, and she's like, "Hunter, you're not going home with me. You're not going home with me."
Yeah, she
And
said that's a lie.
I always thought that was interesting because
Who did,
Yeah,
who did she say that to?
exactly.
Chris McDonough.
Chris McDonough.
Chris McDonough.
Chris
Okay.
McDonough. And I
And she
always
thought
said it's
that
weird
was
that she's
cool.
saying that you can't come home with me, you can't come home with me, because he was there, like he was there.
Right. And guess who she's telling? A
Mhm.
former law enforcement officer, Chris McDonough.
And if she went and I don't know. If she went and took Hunter home because something bad happened to Summer, she leaves the second time. The first time she leaves is because she's bringing Grandma to the hospital. Now, did she really take Summer with her, or did she leave her home there? And did Dawn do something? I don't know. There's so many different ways, but I do and always have believed, because of the way that Dawn has had conversations with me, that there was a party going on the 14th, and lots of people were in and out, and Hunter was one of them. I'm unsure about Trulia, but I've heard rumors, but Hunter was there on the 14th, and I think, yes, he got driven back home, not from the water park on the 15th, but the 15th, before having to call 911 to make sure Hunter wasn't there.
Scott, you were about to say something when I was chiming in.
Yes. A couple of more time frames that we may have. Do any of y'all remember a guy on Light Hollow Road that JLR interviewed? Not Brandon. This was before Brandon. They said they saw Candace on Light Hollow Road at 3:45.
Mm-hmm. I don't remember the guy, but I remember that. I remember them seeing
Was
her
it
on Light
Dawn
Hollow Road.
Sherfy?
That's south on Beach Creek from the house, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I remember
And where
hearing
is that? Is that on the way or anywhere near Allison's home, or bringing Hunter to his mom's at all?
That's
No.
like 0.2 miles from
Yeah.
Ben Hill Road, headed
Okay.
back toward Sullivan County.
And Beach
Okay.
Creek is the main road that you turn off of onto Ben Hill.
Right. Now, do you all know the channel Duchess Discussions?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Not that well yet.
She was down here. I can't remember if it was the first Summer's Day or the second one, not the one today, but either last year or the year before. And she had a few other content creators in her SUV with her. She stopped in at a gas station there on Highway 93, like you're headed towards where you would turn right on Old Blair's Gap to go to Beach Creek Road, to go down to Ben Hill Road, which is what they were doing. And she was just talking, standing there in line, started talking to one of the clerks, and the clerk asked, what she was doing, how she was doing, and she said she was just up here for Summer Wells stuff. And she said the clerk told her that, and this lady was like 65 years old, an elderly lady, said she was there at work that day. And Candace stopped in there.
The bathroom.
Asked her what time, and she said, I can't tell you for sure, but it was between 5 o'clock and 6 o'clock, because that's their busiest time of the day when everybody gets off work from Eastman and everybody's heading home. And she said it was the oddest thing, because she said Candace pulled in, and normally she has all the kids with them, because the kids run around everywhere wanting candy and everything. She said it was only Candace. She walked straight in, straight to the restroom, came out of the restroom, walked straight out, got back in her truck and left.
Yep.
And that was between 5 and 6 p.m. on the 15th.
So when was the "it's done" text? Because as an ex Quick Trip management assistant and Dollar General manager, you know, we're schooled in knowing that a lot of people like to go into those bathrooms to do their drugs, right? Just in case they OD, they know someone's going to be there to catch them, help them, possibly.
Mhm.
And also, you know, I'm from the country and I've done what I've done, never hid that. And sometimes you go and you leave it under the garbage can at the Walmart, or leave it under the garbage can at the Dollar Tree or Dollar General, whatever. Like, that sounds to me like she could have left something for someone or picked up something.
I think
What
she
I've
would have
always
walked up.
wondered, if you want to go on that
Well,
train of thought,
I'm
is
just thinking, because I just remember some of my old ways and some of the shit I saw, you know, people above me do when I was a child. I just know all the different, you know, tricks and such. So that's just what came to my mind. Interesting.
what if Candace got home with Summer and Grandma at the 3:15 or the 3:20? Summer went and did whatever Summer did, go inside, went downstairs, played with the toys. Grandma went in and took a nap. Because that has been said, Candace left, was seen by somebody at 3:45 on Light Hollow Road, and then was seen again by this clerk between 5 and 6 p.m., headed back home to Ben Hill Road, gets home around 6 o'clock, realizes Summer's not there, calls 911 and says she's been searching for Summer about 10 minutes. So the possibility that Candace wasn't even at home when Summer went missing.
But that would put Don there.
Exactly, John.
Don didn't get there till around 6:30.
It's according to him.
Yeah, I don't believe
Well,
that. Sorry.
Well, if you can believe anybody, according to him, according to Jody Sue, and according to Andy.
Well,
because Jody Sue said they all collided at 6:30. Don, Andy, and
I mean, they could have been coming back again, but I know Don was home earlier that day, and nobody's ever going to convince me of otherwise for certain reasons.
Sure.
Right.
I'm just
and I can see
other
them coming together at that time, being that then Jody Sue and Andy would have been the first time that they had encountered Don there at the property or in and around Ben Hill Road at that time, where they would quote unquote enter the picture and now see Don and Candace and find out a little bit more about what was going on. So that I can buy.
I don't see Don being going 12 hours.
I can buy that timeline. But to feel that Don was there before the encounter with Jody Sue and Andy, I've always it was just the way the information was leading to. Goes back to what Hunter said about why Don called Candace when she was picking up the prescriptions. That would put him where? Right. How would he know about someone touching kids on the property if he's at work?
And I agree, there's no reason to say that he was going to go ahead and work late because nobody was at home.
And I asked him
Supposedly,
which was the neighbor that told you about the guy touching kids, and he seemed to forget that he even told that story. And he's like, "What do you mean?" I'm like, "Which neighbor?" So I said, "Did Jody Sue tell you there was a guy up on the hill trying to touch kids?
Well,
Did Fred tell you?" And he was like, "No, nobody told me."
no, well, that's what Hunter said. Is what when Don called at 11:30 when they were in the line. That's what Hunter said about the touching kids thing, and Don denied that. He said, "I never said that." But I personally, I don't see Don leaving at 7:30 and getting home at, you know, whenever he got home, 6:30, 6:45, 7ish, whenever he got home.
Okay.
It just seemed like the morning of the 15th changed the life of Don and Candace forever.
Oh, it certainly
The
did.
way he stated to Chris Madonna, the way he woke up, where Summer was before he had left to go to work.
He told everyone to right, Mohawk. Candace Hunter said she told everyone to be quiet. Don's calling. Now, why is she telling everyone to be quiet? Hunter's clearly not supposed to be there otherwise, right? In my opinion, at least.
Well, when you say everyone, who are you picturing being there?
Grandis, Hunter, and Summer.
And Summer, yeah.
Mhm.
3 people.
But sometimes you say everyone just be quiet, and you really mean just one person. Like the person.
And you could mean that
too.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Right.
So.
Okay, I found these pictures.
Which takes me now back to not to cut you off, Miss Mandy, which takes me now back to the conversation she had with Chris Madonna at the watering pond.
That's right.
Because that's where I would connect this conversation right now, is to go back to the watering pond and specify this information from that conversation that Chris had with her.
Now, this I wanted to bring up since we're talking about the timeline. I added this one in here too because this picture is important in my opinion, because if you look over here, this says Wednesday, June 16th, 2021, right? And then if we go over here, it says Candace Wells updated her cover photo yesterday at 6:06 p.m.
That would be the 15th, right?
Right. She called, or the 911 call was at 6:20 something p.m.
6:29.
While she was searching all over the house and under the beds and under the blankets and all over looking for Summer, she managed to update her cover photo also.
Yes, I always thought that was so weird.
How is that possible?
It's
if Summer was missing, right?
Right.
And she must have had good service, because her and Don, while she's running around, looking for Summer, and Don's running back home 90 miles an hour, she's going up and down the holler there. Nobody loses service.
Right.
She's got time to upload that.
And this
She
was
said she
their
never lost service.
This was their living room area.
Yep.
So I know there's a lot of people in the chat. I've been reading it that are not familiar with this case. So I thought we'll go back. Okay, we'll share a little more insight into where Summer lived and her 3 brothers. This is their home sweet home right here. Okay, so when you walk in the house, you're in this room. So we'll start here. The front door is over this way, so we'd be facing into this room. We have bunk beds. We have these 2 this bunk bed set here for the 2 older boys. because they're too old to be in the same room with Summer. And that's a CPS rule. Okay.
Dear Jesus, have mercy.
Yeah, this is the
So
addition.
I'm just like
this is
learning, sitting back, learning some stuff here tonight. I'm like seriously about to throw up. This is so bad.
this chair right here is that same chair that I showed you earlier with Summer and her blue hair sitting in her panties.
Yeah.
That was this chair.
Do those beds even have mattresses on them?
Oh yeah, they got mattresses, but that's it. Nothing
Yeah.
else. Not a pillow, not a sheet, not a blanket, nothing. These
Yep.
kids never had a sheet
They
probably
look
on their
like
bed.
they look like single flat 4-inch mattresses.
You can't even get your kid a pillow, man. Not even a pillow.
Yeah, there's not any pillows or blankets around the bed on the floor either. I don't know. This might be a blanket and maybe a pillow up there at the
It
very,
looks like
very
a
top.
tent that the kid you pulled up to use as a blanket.
Right.
Looks like
But there's only
mattress.
one. And
No,
there's
I
two
think it
beds
is a
here.
blanket. Yeah, I think it is a blanket. But
Poor babies.
Yeah, someone in the chat said they look like jail mats.
It does, right?
Well,
That's what I
oh,
was
shoot.
asking.
There's not even a ladder up to the top bunk.
Oh,
Yeah.
jeez.
yeah, not even a ladder. How the hell did kids get up there? Jesus,
Well,
I never
climb in the
even
chair.
noticed that, Scott.
Is that
Right
what
here. Climb in the chair, climb on the dresser, and hop right up. You know, you just step in the chair, step on the back of the chair, step up on the dresser, and
Yep.
you're on the top bunk there.
Yeah, Jose
That's
said
But-
that they were on the bunk beds were downstairs when he was there.
So let me guess. Don built these.
Of course,
Probably.
Stole him off the job. I'm sure, and I'm sure
The
he didn't-
mattress, it actually is, they do look like regular twin size mattresses. The way that the wood is, you can see the top of the mattress poking up right here, and the mattress is sitting down inside of the wood. So I would think if you're laying on the mattress and you roll over to the side, your body weight is going to push the mattress down. And I wonder how many times they bonk their head on the edge of that wood that's all the way up the side of the mattress.
Or the top bunk roll completely off the bed. I would be
Well,
afraid
that-
my kid would fall off.
Right, that too. And then they have their closet over here.
For the
This
love
is
of God.
the closet here. And because this was the living room, they had to make it into a bedroom because they had all the kids downstairs, and CPS said they couldn't have all the kids in the room together. So the youngest boy was young enough that he could room with Summer, but the two older boys had to have their own. That's what Candace had
So
said to.
confused though, because that house from the outside, like when you do like an aerial view, it looks like a decent sized house. Like it could be at least 3 or 4 bedrooms. So I guess I'm a little confused how they're living out of this one room in that cluttered kitchen and then the downstairs. Where's the rest of the house?
Well, that's where. Okay, this is the room that you walk into, like I said. Now, the front door is behind us over here. We're
Mhm.
going to walk this way to our right, and there's a doorway right here, and it goes into this room that
Oh, Jesus.
This is the
you can only
kitchen.
see half of it, okay? Because behind us to the right is where the kitchen is. So there's the counter, the sink, there's a window, and then this is their table right here. And their chairs, well, there's a chair, and then there's a plastic bin here, which it looks like it could be a chair. And then there's chairs on the other side. These are just the pictures I grabbed quickly. I do have more from when they did the tour, where Candace let Chris come in the house. I have those also because I took a bunch of screenshots and tried to lighten them up because Chris's GoPro was very dim and dark when he did the video. So
I've got pictures of Summer's bedroom.
What is with
Like-
the
yeah, if
wire?
if you want to share that, that'd be great.
Are they
when I
running
get-
drop cords from room to room? Is
Are they
that
what?
Okay, I'm so sorry. The wires. See the
Yeah,
the
those are
wires running
electrical
across
That's
the
wires and plumbing. Yeah.
what?
Yeah, they're everywhere. Okay, so this right here, this is the bathroom on the other side of this wall. Okay, this picture right here is Rose.
Oh my goodness.
This is Rose. Right above the washer and dryer. And then the picture of Summer in her bathing suit, you know, where you were talking about how dirty the wall is and that yellow bag and all that, that's over here to the left right here. So back here is where they put all the laundry. So you have more closet hangers over here, like what the boys had in their room. It's just a rack with clothes hanging on them. I have another view of this. I don't think I grabbed it to share.
This is what Jose was talking about, right? Like he said that the bathroom, there's no door. It's just a wall.
No door. Yeah.
There wasn't even a wall.
Yeah. This is a bar, and then the TV is up here above the bar. And inside the bar is where we have wrong way.
That's so weird.
The stairs. Now you have to go around the bar. Okay, so this bar right here, you have to walk around this way and turn to your right. And see the wall right here? Okay. That's the wall right here. So you have this space right here to duck under that bar, that normal height bar, to get on these stairs and go down the stairs into the basement, the dungeon. To the left is Dawn and Candace's bed, and to the right is another set of bunk beds. And Justin has those pictures. We'll pull those up soon so you can see what Summer's room looked like.
I've always wondered, like, how that staircase is so, it's hidden, right? It's basically a hidden staircase. You'd never know that it was there.
Right.
That's creepy to me. Like, obviously intentionally made that way. So why?
Right. Well, I think it's a space saver idea, which it's kind of cool.
I think it's a lazy ass idea is what it is. It's a,
yeah.
It is a tiny house. It's very, very small footage. Very small footage. I think it's under 1,000 feet total, right?
The basement was a cellar, and they turned it. It was an actual cellar where they stored like canned food and stuff in.
Because Dawn's mom lived here first. It was her house.
So there's no other rooms in that house? That's it?
Yes, there's 2 rooms downstairs, like I said. So you have the 2 upstairs and then the closet room and the bathroom. And then downstairs, it's one basement, but it's separated by the stairs. So to your left is where Dawn and Candace have their bed. And then to the right, at the bottom of the stairs, there's a set of bunk beds down there. And that is for Summer and her youngest brother. And that's all the house. That's the entire house. That's why they made the living room into a bedroom for the 2 older boys, because they had to separate them. And hey, Josh, I gave you an honorary wrench. I saw you pop into chat. And I saw your message, Leah. I will check it soon. So these are the flowers that they were planting before Summer vanished. Right here. These are the flowers. You see the weeds, but these are the flowers they were planting.
Flowers my ass.
Right. So this is what the house looked like when law enforcement was there. This is a law enforcement officer here. This is the scaffolding to step up into the door to go inside the house, and one of Summer's shoes. And they're standing outside here. This is Dawn's white work truck that he didn't drive on the 15th.
Right.
And this is Dawn himself here, and one of their dogs that don't bark. Or no, they weren't there because they're dumb. They're dumb dogs. They weren't there.
That's a pregnant dog. Pregnant dog.
Oh, that's the one that lives under the house.
I think that was another pregnant one.
Am I going the wrong way, or did we get back through those? Okay, this is the down the hill where the dog path is. It's not this spot though. This is where I think the camper's to the right here, and they were saying the dog path is on the right side of the camper. But this gives you kind of an idea of how steep this hill is. And this road right here is Beach Creek Road. so you can barely see it through the trees,
Yeah,
but it is
someone
there.
climbed up that hill
Right.
on the other side where it's on Ben Hill Road. Yeah.
Right. At just the right time to catch Summer in the basement at just that exact moment.
At the exact moment. Yep.
Here's the back door. This is the basement door. So this is the door that is in Candace and Dawn's area of the basement. And
That
there's
the intruder came through.
right. And there is a two-way mirror on this window. So you can't see in, but you can see out. So the kidnapper also just magically knew that Summer was in there because he couldn't see in because there's a mirror on the window.
Let me ask a question, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Where that door's at, right? Have we figured out, Sherry, you might know this. When was the infamous blue couch taken out that
Nobody
allegedly
knows.
locked the door, according to Jose? Nobody knows.
No, but the couch is on the property. The couch it's on the hill. Like somebody drove by and
Yeah, it's on the side of the hill.
right.
Magically.
Like they tried to toss it down the hill and it didn't go all the way down. And so you can see it.
So law enforcement didn't look at that, investigate that? Why the couch that was...
Well, I mean, they had so much shit on the hill. You just wouldn't know. I mean, it was a junkyard on the side of the hill.
Oh my Lord. Just
Kids, toys, bikes, metal, trash.
We don't haul it off to the junkyard. We're just gonna chuck it in the hill. Let's throw it down the hill.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
exactly.
I don't think
I got Summer's picture right here. I got Summer's
trash
bedroom
is
picture.
indistinguishable whether it's inside or outside.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Even an old school bus.
Yeah. Hey,
Right.
Scott, by the way, I didn't get to say hey to you. How are you?
Hello.
Okay, I want to see. So this is the other part. So when we were looking through past the bar, the bar's on the right and the bathroom's on the left, and we saw that black shelving in front of us and we could barely see clothes hanging. This is standing in the bathroom doorway, and here's that black shelf, and here's the clothes hanging. So you can see further into this room and the dresser here and, the clothes everywhere. So this is where the majority of their clothes, it looks like they were stored and all over the rest of the house too. And then it uploaded like all of these pictures twice. I'm not sure why, but this right here, this is the black shelf and the clothes hanging right here.
Mm-hmm.
That's the same. Oh, there we go. I wanted to show that. This is the front of the house now. Here's Grandma's camper over here. And then we have this nice refrigerator out
that John
here.
beats the shit out of.
Yeah. And so this is the door that you go into, and that's where you see the boys' bunk bed straight ahead and the chair beside it.
Right.
And then you turn right and go this way, and this little window is just inside the kitchen area. So the sink and stuff is over here. And if you stood with your back to here, that's where you would see that black shelf right in front of you on the opposite side of the house. So that kind of gives you a little bit of an idea of the upstairs part. So this whole part of the house is that one room. From this side to that side is all that one room with the 2 bunk beds. And then this whole side is the kitchen, the table, the TV, the bar, and then the clothes on the other side of the wall. And the bathroom is in the middle and the back side of the house.
It's an AC, not a window, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh,
that's an
yep.
AC. Yeah.
Yep. It
Because
is.
that was where the original door, like Mohawk said, original door was there. Yeah.
Right. Yep, that's right. And this is the window. There's a ladder right there. And then this window's boarded up. It looks like, but there's nothing there. And then let me zoom back out. And I love this picture of Summer because I love her big, gorgeous blue eyes.
Yeah.
But look how dirty her face is.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just so sad. And then
Look at
this, you know,
mom with the cigarette.
have this nice picture here of Candace and her blue hair. And then this, now, this is Dawn.
Methamphetamine.com.
I mean, for real. Yeah, shithole is an understatement, that's for sure. You can see the nice, this is the table here behind them, I think, the kitchen table.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm not sure where that is, but now this is inside Grandma Candy's camper, and she's looking out the door of her camper. So it's about as nice as inside of the house.
What's in the plastic bags?
Let's see. I know that these pictures were dissected. Candy? Looks like maybe silver wrappers or something. Maybe it almost reminds me of like the Andes mints. You know, like the silver wrappers with the green writing on them.
Hard to tell.
Are you distinguishing that as candy mints?
I was gonna say change, like nickels and I don't know.
Not for sure. Because it's not the most clear picture. But, well, she said that Summer's favorite candy is peppermint, and that's what she gave her was a peppermint candy. I don't know if that would be considered, or the Andes mint aren't peppermint, they're just regular mint.
Holly says Hershey Kisses.
I was gonna say kind of, yeah.
That could be too. Yeah.
But who knows?
Right.
Sparkleberry.
I have a bowl of Hershey's Kisses.
Oh my Lord!
Ashtray, is that an ashtray just above?
Yeah, that looked like an ashtray.
God,
Yeah,
she smoked in that little thing. My Lord!
That's an ashtray.
Making the country come out in me. I couldn't imagine a cigarette smoke in that little bitty closed up area. Ooh.
Right. So here's their kitchen
Never
where
didn't
you
have plumbing either.
Oh boy.
You can see the pretty plywood flooring. And this is the table.
Oh, look
and
at
she doesn't even get a bowl of milk with
Yeah, I
a
was gonna
spoon.
say. Yeah.
A bag of cereal.
Look how skinny she is there.
Yeah.
Right.
Clothes falling off of her.
Bless her heart.
God. Her eyes
And
too,
here's
just
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I almost zoomed into her eyes and I decided not to.
This
It's
TBI took these, I think.
and can I just point out, like Candace, I've seen her show more affection for these damn dogs than kids.
Yep. Exactly. And I think that is all of the pictures. I don't know why it's running through them. Oh, look, it wants me to zoom in on her face. I did not do that. I was clicking over here. You guys saw me do that.
God, that bothers
And
me.
it just zoomed in on its own. So I'm going to do it.
It's malnourished. Look at that eye. It's a swollen eye. Looks like she's got
Right
pink
here.
eye in that one. Yep, right there. Poor kid.
You able to take a look at the fingernails on her left? Okay.
That hand is blurry. Okay, now this hand, she has her fingernails painted purple.
There you go.
Yeah, her fingernails are painted purple.
Let me. How short is her hair here?
Poor baby. It's very short.
No, I don't think it's very. Nope, it's
over it. Yeah, it's growing
maybe
back out.
Yeah.
You know,
They've cut her hair twice short. You can tell they've cut her hair twice short.
That's what I was about to say, Justin. He said that it got out of control and they went ahead and shaved it off because she kept doing it. But no, your argument, I mean, Don, that's debunked because y'all shaved it twice. Why'd you do it twice?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Why did you do that? And they scalped it. I haven't seen the boy's haircut that close.
Oh, you couldn't have shaved it closer with a straight razor. You couldn't have shaved it even closer than that. It was, I mean, when I say shaved. I've got it. I've got a picture of that, and it's.
I do too. And I'll see if I can pull it up while I'm sharing your screen here, so you can show her bedroom.
was Summer's room right after she went missing. This is her and her brother's room
God.
right here. And this is what they lived in. As you can see, any windows downstairs was covered up with, I guess, that duct type tape. They
And
slept
they do
on
that
these
jail
beds that
mat.
Don built with a freaking futon mattress that obviously didn't fit. They made into, you couldn't. I mean, look at it.
So,
You'd roll off the damn bed.
Yeah.
so to give you an idea, okay, so when I showed you the stairs going down the stairs, if you go to the wall that the bunk beds are on, that silver, that's a window right there above the top bunk.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to use my mouse to point it out. It's not on my screen right now, so you can't see my mouse. But if you turn to your left, that's the bottom of the stairs. So that's the center of the basement is to your left. And then Dawn and Candace's bed is on the left side, like all the way over the left side of the house.
Mm-hmm.
So the picture that's there on your left side is what I'm referring to.
What is
And
that?
this is they were cleaning it up because Dr. Phil wouldn't even show it the way it was. They had to clean it up and act like it was, which was still not much, but after they cleaned it up.
God. What is the floor?
It's
What is
horrible.
that
Look at that. I mean, you
material?
can see a
Concrete.
Coca-Cola can laying there by
Oh,
the stand of the bunk beds
I
to
see
the
it.
right.
Yeah.
can you imagine the mice and the rats? Because they're, I mean, just the roaches and everything.
Isn't
I
that
mean,
what
Talked to
Jose
somebody
said?
that
yeah.
had been there several times.
Oh, wait a minute.
And
Hold
they
on.
said that there
Aries.
was just absolute bugs everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
You could see just trails of them, lines of them.
Aries just left a comment and said, breaking, numerous people have been shot and injured with fatalities in a mass shooting during Juneteenth festival in Round Rock, Texas.
Yeah.
We
It's
just
been
had one in Michigan earlier. My
yeah.
goodness.
Then JLR was at
Wow.
4 people unalived family. They
Yeah, every year.
they got one of them dug up while they were there. They was just ridiculous. These people lost their damn minds.
It's awful. Awful. Any empty? Oh, there is empty food bowls.
Look down at where the concrete
Yep,
meets the cinder block walls.
that's what I was thinking. Yep,
It
that's
just,
exactly.
I'm sure that's
Mold.
mold. I'm sure, or mildew.
Or droppings, rodent droppings.
Yeah.
Mm.
I mean, literally, this person told me that Candace gave up on trying to kill the bugs, the roaches and stuff because, well, part of it, they said at times you could actually see rodents coming across Ben Hill Road from 125.
What the hell?
Yeah.
Wow.
And then Candace just gave up on trying to, because she said she was there
What?
several times when they would bomb the place and, leave. Them and all the kids would leave and come back, and it would last for a day or so, and then they'd just be right back.
What?
Uh,
Oh my God. What? I'm sorry.
No, roaches, they leave off it's like I forget what it is. It's really bad for the respiratory system.
So the mice poop.
Like, you've got to remember, over at 125 there was a trash pile big enough that you could see on Google Maps.
Yeah.
What?
Wow.
So I'm literally sitting here and I'm trying, because it's not funny. I'm so sorry, but
Yeah.
Like I've never
It's
seen
shocking. It's just
bugs
shocking that people live
bugs
like that.
going from one house to another. You could just watch a trail of them marching from one house to another. That's uh uh uh. Come on, and here comes my cat. She's gonna knock my. Come on, there she goes. Knock my
It's
computer
a
over.
lot
I'll
to
be right
take
back.
in. It's just a lot to take in. I know I'm watching chat here, and I mean people are just in shock. I think that even a lot of us who have followed this case, either we haven't seen this stuff in a while or heard this stuff in a while, or we didn't see it at all or know it at all. So I think that this is really beneficial for us to be able to discuss and refresh and review all of this stuff.
Mhm.
And now,
All those dogs and cats that we've seen running in and out of that place, it had to be flea infested.
Oh my
Absolutely had to
I
be.
oh
can
yeah,
imagine. I cannot
I can remember my
imagine.
ex-wife brought home a little kitten she found in a Pizza Hut parking lot. I mean, a little tiny, I mean, like you could hold in your hand cat
Mhm.
kitten, and that little guy had fleas. And as soon as she brought him home that night, she wanted to give it a bath and clean it up and all that kind of stuff. Our house still got fleas.
Yeah.
Of course,
Yeah.
it was easy to get rid of because
Mm.
as soon as we noticed that a few had hopped off of that cat between it coming in and getting its bath in the bathtub, that
Yeah.
so it wasn't a problem to
Right.
get
They
rid of.
didn't have
But
time to.
like we said, we were very conscientious and cognizant of the fact that we had a couple of fleas jumping around. And but you could imagine, I mean, look at that floor out there. Do you think anybody was cognizant or conscientious of whether a flea or two jumped
No.
in?
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
No, and think about when Chris McDonough toured the place. She said people they just keep dropping the animals off, like and they're taking any uh dog, stray dog, and you see she just opened the door and they'd come in and roam in freely.
Yeah.
right.
Oh my God,
And they
y'all.
travel in packs. I mean,
Yeah,
they run together.
They're
So,
pack animals. Yeah.
just take
yep.
and Don's gonna say the dogs don't bark. You've got to be kidding me.
Right. All those dogs.
No, the dogs don't bark. You heard them bark with the news crew with
You turn
Chris
on the Ben
McDonough.
Hill Road, and the ones there on the corner start barking. And by the time you're at their driveway, Don and Candace's driveway at the bottom of the hill. Those dogs were at the top of the hill, just where you could see, just like they would run all the way down to the driveway where you could see them. You couldn't see the house, but you could see the driveway, and they were barking the whole time. We
Mhm.
dropped off all kinds of dog food for them. All kinds. Can't even tell you the
I
amount.
remember that.
I believe it.
Yeah.
They
The
probably had
dogs
to.
the dogs would probably hear the wheels running over the driveway crackling
Mhm.
as
Oh
they
yeah,
came up to the house.
and you don't think that those dogs couldn't hear or be alert that a person was coming up? Come
Right.
on.
Now I'm going
Right.
to share the picture that we've
Coming
been
up slowly.
referring to about Summer with her shaved head. So I have it zoomed in because this is the original picture. It's not edited, and you can see part of her chest in the picture. So I am zoomed in. I'm just going to show it for a minute, and then I'm going to go back to that message that was from Candace to her daughter, Candace, and I'm going to read that. But I want you guys to see this picture. And this was, I saw Lisa K in the chat, and she can probably help me on the exact date, but I know that it was a picture that Candace had posted in March of 2021.
Yep, that's it.
I mean, there's no hair. I
Right.
don't even. She's completely bald.
Yeah.
Why? Why?
And you can't even say lice though, because if you shave your head, that doesn't get rid of lice. Lice will burrow in your scalp.
And
So,
why?
and look at her
Yeah.
eyes.
I mean,
Why would
shit.
they take a picture of her?
If you
Like,
don't wash your pillows or anything else, they're just going to stay in your bed until you grow some hair.
Yeah.
y'all look at her right eye. Is that a mark? Do you
Honey,
see
these
that?
kids have bruises and marks.
It looks
and
like
everything.
her eyes bruised. Right
Right
there.
here.
Yep.
Yeah. They both look how dark they both look. Like I
Yeah.
said, this is the original picture. I have not edited this picture at all. I haven't messed with the sharpness, the focus, the contrast, nothing. I haven't covered her bottom half up. This is the original picture.
Phoebe,
And that is what her eyes look like.
I wonder that too, Phoebe. Why just about every probably about 85% of the photos that Mandy has shared, she doesn't have a shirt on. I don't understand it.
Looks
Yeah, I
like
think
a
it's lack of
sleep.
iron. Yep.
Poor baby.
And this is that chair that's, you
Yep.
know, the stool or the ladder to the top bunk. So, right, she looks like she's fake smiling. Right. All she had to eat were the $1 pizzas and hot dogs, nuked in the microwave. Right.
I don't even know
She
if
was
that's
lucky.
Okay, I'm going to stop sharing it. I just wanted you guys to be able to have the mental picture.
And there are people that take up for this.
Oh, I never
That's the thing that says this is okay.
I think it was Benny that told me when he was up there that they had Candace was going to cook spaghetti that night.
Yes.
And there was
Her and her spaghetti.
old spaghetti that was in a pot on the stove, and she just went and dumped it out in the yard, brought it back in, and started cooking the new spaghetti. Never even washed out the pot.
Oh, stop. Oh,
Yeah.
stop.
Yeah,
Oh, my God.
Benny said there wasn't no way he was going to eat there.
Oh, my God. Stop.
Well,
Could you imagine? I mean, that's what. Well, I mean, they were all eating, but I mean, that's.
Oh, my God. I'm about to throw up. That's sick.
I mean, I'm a stickler when it comes to dirty dishes. I'm one of those that it's like I made chicken and rice tonight, but I make a jazzed up chicken and rice. There's more than just chicken and rice in it, but I mean, I wash dishes as long as I'm cooking.
Right. Clean as you cook.
When I'm done cooking, there's one pot with the food in it, ready to go in the refrigerator for leftovers. You know, all my cutting boards, the pot that I made the rice in, the pot that I boiled the chicken in, the cutting board, the knife that I used to cut up the vegetables, the spoons that I used to stir up the cream and mushroom soup, you know, the spatula that I used to make the roux. I mean, everything is washed. I mean, you know,
Absolutely. Clean as you go.
Not Candace, though. She just throws it all in one pot and tries to entice her men to get them to come over and eat it, you know?
Yeah. I mean,
that's sick, man.
I just
She
can't
tried to get
imagine
Ernie to eat it, too.
anything.
Oh, Josh wants a link.
Oh.
She literally, I can't, like, what is wrong with people?
I can't sit down if there's like dirty dishes. I mean, like as soon as I finished cooking, I took a break and then cooled down a little bit, you know, because I was over the stove cooking and everything, and took a break. So by the time I was ready to eat, I went and got my bowl and everything. And as soon as I eat, I go straight into the kitchen and wash that bowl and the spoon or whatever I eat with, the plate and the fork, whatever. Immediately they're washed. And
now they want your recipes, Scott.
Chicken and rice sounds good about right now.
It was fantastic. I put green beans in it, carrots in it, potatoes in it.
Okay, I see you. Everything, huh? You made a whole soup.
You're at 10,001.
Stick to your ribs kind of meals.
Right.
That meat and potatoes.
just regular chicken and rice. You eat a bowl of it, and 30 minutes later, you're hungry again. You know,
That's true.
it's like Chinese food. I mean, I love rice. Don't get me wrong, but seems like you can eat a pile of it, but you're hungry in an hour.
Right. All
Mama
right. I'm gonna try to.
says you're making her hungry.
I'm gonna try to read through this here real quick. Okay, I'm gonna pop Joshua on the stage first. I see you back there. Okay, and I'm gonna go ahead and read through this real quick, and then we'll continue on from here. Okay, so this is Candace Bly, Summer's mother, to her oldest daughter.
Oh, Lord.
She has 2 daughters out of her 6 children. Okay, this is the one. Yeah. So she said, "Well, I was with someone that I thought loved me and wanted a family, but I was wrong. And I have no excuse, but I'm going to give you a whole list of excuses here. Okay. I have no excuse, but I was only 19 and he was 42. He was into drugs and I didn't know what they were at the time. So I tried it and didn't like it and told him I didn't. And he kept telling me if I didn't do them with him, he would take you and your brother from me. But he was a very controlling person if I didn't do something right or his way. He berated on me. I tried to leave with y'all, but we live a long way out of town and I could never get out. Then the courts got involved and I was given a choice, either let you guys go to a family or they were going to take you. So I signed you over so y'all could have a better life and a chance to be better than I was. But I've gotten a lot better now. I don't use, haven't in over 15 years. You do have a half sister and 3 half brothers. And even if you don't want anything to do with me, can we at least try to be friends? I really do think back of how stupid and dumb I was. I'm sorry for." And that's all I have. So that was.
This was what she sent. Candace sent to her oldest daughter, Candace, right?
Yes.
I remember seeing this. Hi, Josh.
Hey, how's it going?
Oh,
hey, Josh.
Hard conversation.
Welcome to my panel for the first time ever in life. I'm happy to have you here.
Oh, appreciate it.
How you doing, Josh?
I'm doing fine, John. How are you?
Doing good.
Hey, Scott, how are you?
Hello, Josh.
It's good to hear you.
Good to hear you.
I heard you talking about some food earlier, and I went right back to the bread pudding.
It was rice pudding.
Excuse me. I know you love. Are you still eating rice pudding?
I haven't made any in a while, but yes, I still do like my rice pudding.
That's a Southern
I need
thing.
your recipe. I live for rice pudding.
I actually make a chocolate rice pudding.
Yeah,
Wow.
I've never tried chocolate rice pudding.
Okay, so Josh came up here to make his grocery list. So
yeah,
yeah, I certainly did. No, I was when I saw that photo that you put up just a few minutes ago. It's just
which one?
The one where her head is shaved to the scalp.
Oh, yeah.
And I mean, I don't know, man. That's just humiliating. I know that she may not have I don't know. She's a little kid, so she may not have actually cared. But I mean, I had a nephew that had a haircut where the guard fell off, and the top part, he had the friar tuck going on.
Yeah.
So they basically said, "Look, we're gonna shave it off and let it grow back even." I mean, he was devastated, absolutely devastated.
Right.
He was crying. He was 6, just crying and crying. And I mean, she's smiling in that photo, and I don't know how she felt about it, but I don't know. I don't think that you do that to a little girl.
No.
I don't have a little girl, But I mean, I wouldn't do that. Even if she had lice, you know how easy it is now to just go
Right.
to
To do
CVS.
treatment.
Go to the health
Right.
department; they'll give it to you
Yeah,
free.
for free.
Right.
Absolutely.
And your
It's the
doctor,
easiest thing. It's not even a big deal. Like, I mean, it is a big deal when it's probably repetitive or whatever, but how lazy is that? Like, oh, let's just shave it. You know, I hate that.
the
I,
doctor will give you prescription strength
Ah.
shampoo. I
I
remember,
think
so this is how traumatic I think it is, just to give you a general idea. Okay, I remember when I was little, my brother and I both, so my brother was born when I was 6, so I was probably maybe 8 years old. And my cousins got lice, and my aunt had 4 kids, so all 4 of them had lice. So it was bad. And before it got to the like extreme part, before she realized that they had it, we went over there. And so my brother and I got it, and my hair was all the way down to my butt. And my mom spent hours using one of those the knit combs, trying to comb
Mhm.
out my hair to get the eggs out, because she didn't realize that I had it because my hair was so long, you know. So it took her a little while to realize that I was itching, and you know, by then they've already infested. So I remember her being so frustrated trying to get all the eggs out using the shampoo. I remember the doctor wrote a prescription for both of us and for her too. And it was like they wouldn't go away. And my mom had said, I feel like I want to shave your head. And I remember losing my shit. I was like, you can't shave my hair, you know, but I was a little bit older than Summer, not much, but I remember that, you know, like 7 or 8 years old, and I remember that. So I'm sure that it probably was, I don't know. I don't,
all you
because
have to do is think about Dawn and Candace and what they said about how girly she was and how she loved Frozen and Elsa and all.
right.
She was young, but she's not young enough to know that her hair's not there. You know what I mean? Like there's nobody that can convince me that this kid
What
was happy about them doing that to her.
Don said
Right.
that Candace cut her hair so she wouldn't feel so bad
See, there
Yeah.
you go.
Some
on the
morale.
Yeah,
first
Boost
interview.
morale. Yeah. Smart.
right. But Candace said that they cut it Summer's hair because she wanted it cut short like the boys.
Right.
So I mean, which story do we believe?
But she liked to be a princess
Right.
I mean, I
and
don't
like to
believe
be
it.
around pretty women.
Hard to believe anything that they say, but the
Neither, Josh.
do you guys remember, did you guys, when you were in school, did they ever go around doing lice checks?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
I used to
Yep.
I used to pray for lice so I could go home. I was like, dude, they're gonna, what if come on, never. There were kids, I remember the kids would get sent home, you know, like it was like Johnny never came back, he must have lice. And I'm like, God, I hope I don't come back. And I had lice a couple times. I did have lice a couple times. My children, my oldest son Peyton, oh my God, he probably got lice like 3 or 4 times.
Oh,
And he, for some reason, he was like, I don't know. I asked him if he was just rubbing his head against everybody at school, because every time he was like, my head itches. Oh my God, it's disgusting.
I caught it a lot, and when I was in elementary school, because I just say it for what it is. My mom actually had to she went up to the school and threatened to go to the board because I was like, Mandy, I had hair that was to my butt. And she would go through all this pain to get rid of it. And then I'd go back to school and catch it again because there were parents that weren't treating their kid's head.
Right.
My mom was so mad. She was like, I'm going to shut this damn school down myself.
Yeah.
I had so many chemicals in my hair.
When they would say, what's that, Justin? I'm sorry, Justin.
I know. I was gonna say I had so many chemicals in my hair, they wouldn't lice wouldn't come 10 feet with me.
Yeah, why is that? Why do you do like?
Because there's probably embalming fluid in my hair.
I know, but
so much, yeah.
Is it like just like you just like your hair? Is it a lifestyle thing? Is that what it is?
It's a lifestyle. Yeah, it's a lifestyle.
Yeah, no doubt. You just bleach the shiz out of your hair.
Yeah. I mean, I guess. Hey, I guess when you're bleaching it, that's the one way.
That is one way.
After they would say, no, you're all good, go back to class. I'm like, can we do like a tuberculosis test or something? Anything else? Any kind of, I gotta check my toe for I don't know, trench foot or something.
They did the scoliosis test on you too, didn't they? Remember that?
Yep.
I don't remember that.
I did that. I remember
I
that.
just remember the damn shot we had to get in middle school.
I remember jumping out of the back of the bus. That was fun.
What?
Our bus driver never let us do that. She would never open that back door.
No.
Really? Yeah, they roll up the window.
Yeah. Yep.
There's the little clicky windows that you pull down.
Yeah.
Yep. She had the cleanest bus in the whole school, though. I'll tell you that much. She was strict about her bus.
Yeah, I mean, kids getting lice isn't anything new, but to first of all, to treat it that way is, I mean, you know, it's not the Victorian age. So
Catching it's a bad thing. It's when you keep it that's the problem.
Right.
Yeah, and I mean, aren't there? And then can't you use like mayonnaise and stuff as well for that? I mean,
You
stuff
can use mayonnaise, but the mayonnaise doesn't kill the nits. So you have to use mayonnaise every day for
Ugh.
like 2 weeks or something, because you have to wait for the eggs to hatch and try to basically the mayonnaise suffocates the bugs.
Right.
I remember my son got lice from school, and we were trying to figure out the best way to do it because of his autism. He doesn't like, we have to use the tear-free shampoo on, he's 14, but we have to use the tear-free because it's just one of his, makes him very anxious. And so we wanted to try to find something that was natural, that wasn't that strong scent. And so I looked it up for the mayonnaise, and I was like, I am not doing this shit for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry.
And honestly, if you need an emergency sandwich, you're going to be screwed too.
Right, exactly. There might be a lice bug or something in the mayonnaise, and then I'll feel like I'm at the Wells house.
Scott, do you put mayonnaise on your sandwiches? For some reason, I got this feeling that you don't.
Okay. Here's another thing that you can harass me about. Because
I love Scott.
Please say peanut butter and mayonnaise.
In nature is a potted meat and mayonnaise sandwich on
Oh my God, Scott, stop
Oh
it.
my God, my dad ate that.
Potted meat
Okay,
is
wait.
so disgusting.
I knew it would get good.
My dad ate that stuff. My dad ate that stuff.
I don't even know what that is.
I don't
It's like donkey penis and
Yeah, it's like
stuff ground up.
Really?
Ground-
It's really donkey dong?
it's ground up whatever
Pretty
they
much.
don't use.
Yeah, it's got like all kinds of tripe. Have you ever heard of a tripe? What is a tripe? I don't know, but
It's intestines.
ground up stuff with a whole
Are
lot.
are you the mayonnaise and peanut butter kind of guy too?
No. Now I like
I
peanut
am.
butter just so I
Together?
don't even do peanut butter
Yes.
and jelly. I just
People
I
do that.
know.
Peanut butter and mayonnaise. I was raised on that.
Oh.
And everybody who comes into my family, friend or marriage or whatever, they have to at least taste it before we will even think about accepting them into our family. Yes.
I would not be in your family.
Yeah. Pass on the wedding photos. Hey, Scott, what about Liversworth?
Ew.
yeah, that's good too.
You
I
like
haven't had it in quite a while. We used to call it liver loaf. Yeah.
Wait, are you talking about liver pudding? Is that what they call it? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I've never
I
had.
didn't know that.
I'm not the pudding guy.
Okay, so
Scott is.
no, I did. I'm from Georgia. Okay,
I'm the corn dog guy.
and I moved from Georgia to North Carolina, and it was only when I moved to North Carolina when I heard about this stuff. It's called liver pudding, and I'm like, that just sounds awful.
Liver mush.
It's mush. It's like it's gray, and
Yes,
it's
Lily.
really weird. But everybody here likes it. You couldn't pay
With a
me.
little white string of fat around it. You know how bologna's got the red paper around it. This has got the white string of fat around it.
God, I love Scott.
Scott, why do they
Josh-
call it liver pudding? It's not even pudding. Why do they call it that?
I don't
It's
know. I just
interesting.
always heard it called liver loaf because that's just what we called it. But I think it's actually liverwurst is what it actually is.
Yeah.
Josh, do you put mayo on your corn dogs?
I don't know. I'm a ketchup mustard kind of fella.
Yeah.
Do you know that we use Miracle Whip light? Okay, I need to clarify that. So when I do peanut butter and mayonnaise sandwiches, it's peanut butter and Miracle Whip light. And if you've never tried a French fry in some Miracle Whip light, you should. You're missing out.
Mandy, I love you, but I cannot with you tonight. First mayonnaise, then
I hope you guys have overhead fans in the bathroom.
Yeah.
I don't have any issues with some mayonnaise. I
Have you
don't
ever
know.
seen that YouTube channel, The Outdoor Boys?
No.
It's like that. It's this guy that he just goes like extreme camping all the time. And he's always eating like reindeer sausage and stuff. It's disgusting. Reindeer sausage.
What is that?
I don't even want to know what that is.
The sausage of a reindeer. I mean, it's the same thing. They go and slaughter Santa's guys and eat them, I guess.
Did I can't.
Could you imagine?
Well, what's Santa gonna do on Christmas Eve?
You can't touch the one with the red nose, okay? He's my guy.
Right.
Prancer we can replace, but Rudolph, he's kind of a staple here.
He's one of a kind. Okay, exactly.
Addie said reindeer is yummy. What are y'all?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, you can eat reindeer for sure.
I don't like regular deer. I'm not gonna try any reindeer. Okay.
No, thank you.
Yeah, I don't like deer meat. To me, is just tough and gamey anyway.
It's gamey.
Yeah.
I don't like that. I don't like pork because of the gamey.
It's when everybody said, "Do you want shredded beef?" I'm like, no, shredded beef.
Candy said that we're making her hungry, and she's digging in her head.
Hungry.
Sounds.
I think we've talked about one thing that
sounds attractive, like Ben Hill.
Other than the rice pudding, the chocolate rice pudding, that does sound really good.
I'm sorry. Wait a minute.
Oh
Chopper
my God,
said tuna sandwich with peanut butter.
Right.
Okay, they're trolling you. They're trolling you.
What?
That person's
Who
not
came up with that idea? First of all, okay, Chopper, you need. Is this a family recipe that you've had that it's been passed down, or what?
My grandmother said that she knew a lady that when she was pregnant that she craved dirt and ate it.
Stop.
Oh, I saw
I have
people.
heard of that before.
I worked in a doctor's office. We had a girl.
I wanted to call her a liar, but I would have been in big trouble.
We had. Okay, seriously. I worked in a doctor's office, and we had a lady that came in that was pregnant that ate sponges.
Yep, I've heard of that. Pregnant ladies eating sea sponges. That's a
Yes.
chalk, sea sponges, and
Yes.
believe it or not, dirt. Yeah.
Yeah.
My mom went to the beach and would dip her finger in the beach sand.
That's
And
crazy.
lick it when she was pregnant with my brother.
It's not just ice cream and pickles anymore, okay?
Dude, she was saying that she'd have she'd eat like from the potted plant or whatever. It was weird.
Yeah.
Yep.
Imagine their
Yep.
teeth.
I know.
After
See,
that. Ugh.
Bloodhounder said back to Ben Hill, please. See, Josh comes up here and throws us all off talking about mayonnaise. He wants mayonnaise for his corn dogs, okay? So if somebody could send him some Miracle Whip.
Who said it? I didn't see who said it. What?
Bloodhounder said back to Ben Hill, please. And so I said, you come up here on panel, you throw us all off, you make it snack time because now we're all hungry, okay?
Yeah.
Well, at least Josh has a radio voice, okay?
Well, I didn't know that you had a program director in the chat. I apologize. Good Lord.
No, we have to break it up a little bit because the subject of Summer Wells is so heavy. Josh, let me show you something because I'm sure that you missed this and I just need to play it again. So let me find it here. This is our little breakup.
Sweet baby.
I closed my eyes. I thought that was Justin.
He's almost as sweet.
I just found out the other day that Justin was gay for the first time.
Nuh-uh.
Like 3 days ago.
Stop it.
Have you ever seen his manicures, Josh? They're on.
I knew he was gay the second I saw
Or
him.
the highlighter.
He knew that I was too.
I'm
Better
jealous of
better
Justin's
than mine.
skin. The contour, okay.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting on the get ready with me because I'll be there.
Seriously.
I've never seen his manicure. I don't think.
He's
How have
muted
you
right
seen it, Scott?
Excuse me?
How have you seen his manicure?
That's a private issue.
That's none of your business.
I'd rather not say.
Oh my goodness.
Josh, I want to ask you, what's your theory about what happened this summer?
Oh man, I have two. Two
Wait a minute.
theories.
And Justin said, I am not gay. What would make you think that?
Well, before Bloodhound gets really upset, we should get back to Ben Hill. Everybody, come on, get on Grandis's bus and let's go.
Oh my God.
All aboard.
No, I do want to know what Josh's theory is, though, because I don't think I've ever heard you talk about.
Oh, I used to think that it was an accident cover up.
Yeah.
I would assume that it was something like, she was left in a hot car too long, which, was completely possible. I don't know. Like, I don't know what Don's involvement is. I think most of it is probably after the fact.
Right. That's how I feel.
And I don't know. I think accident cover up, that they did not want to get in trouble for it. And then I know that people talk about trafficking, and the reason it's not that I don't think that kind of stuff is a possibility. I have a hard time imagining people actually doing it, and I know that they do. And it's I don't know if that's completely fair to speculate loudly about, because there's nothing to indicate that happened, but there's also nothing to all I know is that the story doesn't make sense, and that their involvement or whatever it is has been minimalized or completely taken away from them by their own story. I think ultimately that they know what happened. Mm-hmm. I think ultimately Candace holds most, if not all, of the answers. I keep going back to accident cover up because it seems like the most reasonable, logical situation. That place, those people were accidents waiting to happen. And it's hard to imagine that this would be the first time that something terrible has happened, but it just didn't turn out, the way that this has. Don's told stories about the kids. Do you remember the story when he said she fell off a porch or something, or just
Abby,
his.
why didn't you watch me? I'm sorry, Summer. Mm-hmm.
I think it was an accident cover up, but I'm not. Trust me, I'm not letting Don off the hook. I can't stand the guy, and I think that he's a manipulating, abusive human to the 10th degree, and would have no problem saving his own ass to cover up something. And I could be completely wrong in that Don has responsibility, but I just think that between the two of them, someone is responsible, either fully, partially, or they know. And I think it all just goes back to them. And, the people that say that, if we're, 3 years, well, they haven't came up with any other suspects or theories, or they're just kind of floating it, But I believe that they were negligent to all of them. There's obviously evidence of that. Can you imagine
all
three
over the
children?
place.
Yeah, can
All
you
over the
imagine three children being taken out of a home and then not wanting to go back when they said we don't want to go back.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, that should tell you everything you need to know about that house, and damn anybody that wants to say that, oh, how dare you talk about the parents, or well, how dare they take care of their kids like that?
Right, exactly. How dare they do this to
I'm not
their
there to pat
daughter?
Dawn and Candace's back for being great parents, because I mean, from everything I've had many interactions. Hold on one second.
Look at that.
How dare they do this to their daughter?
Yeah, how can you
Okay.
defend that?
Sorry about that. I'm going crazy here.
And it's not only just this picture. It's
No.
every single picture we have seen here tonight.
Exactly.
Yes.
It's every single one that speaks so loud as to the
Yep.
mindset of both Candace and Don.
Absolutely.
You see, because the children are an extension of the parents.
Yep.
And how the children live, so does the parents.
Yep.
And what the parents reflects also on the children. And then reflects on how they lived in that house. And then reflects on the property. And then reflects on where they live. So this grows into the family makeup, the mindset of both Don and Candace, because it's very telling. It knocked me around for a couple of weeks to even grab a hold of this particular story, because the mindset was just so out in the open. So when you ask yourself, who is Don, who is Candace, just go to 110 Ben Hill Road and you'll find out.
Absolutely.
Right. Exactly. And I was and Josh, are you on the phone or are you listening?
No, I'm here.
Okay. I shared on my last live, I watched a documentary on a channel. I'm getting ready to share the link in the chat to the channel. The channel is actually a paranormal channel, but he does documentaries on true crime also. And it's almost 4 hours long. And usually I'll turn it on while I'm doing something around the house and just let it play in my ear. This one I actually sat down and watched, and I had to watch it in sections because it was about trafficking. And I'm like you, it's hard for me to even fathom that it's happening the way that people say that it does, watching this, it gave me a whole different perspective. There were hundreds of children that were taken to an island in Lake Michigan. And I think it's called North Fox Island. And there were several adults that were responsible for this. And on the island, they had tons of cameras set up everywhere, especially on the beach. And when the boys would get there, they were elementary school age boys. And the gym teacher was inviting them because they did such a good job in gym. And so the parents were proud of their children, and they would get to fly on this little charter plane to the island and spend a week there with their gym teacher.
Oh,
and
wow.
a bunch of other men. And so when they got there, they took their stuff to their bunks and, changed clothes and ran down to the beach. And the gym teacher standing down there butt ass naked on the beach.
Jesus.
And he's like, let's go skinny dipping. And the boys all look at each other like, it's not dark. You only skinny dip when it's dark. He's like, no, there's no girls here. It's okay. Come on. And he jumps in the water. So they do too. And there were two guys that were interviewed that shared their stories. And that's how I know what happened. It's because they both told the same story about how the gym teacher did that. And there were actually 4 children that were murdered in that area. And they're still unsolved. And it was back in the late 70s when that happened. Out of all the people who contributed to getting these videos, these films where they were doing obscene things to these children, They were recording it and selling them. They were taking pictures and selling them. There was one person that got arrested out of all these players in this game. I mean, a whole page of players, because the one gym teacher that got arrested, he wrote out a map and showed how everybody was connected. And it started with one person, and he had connections, and he had connections, and he had connections. And it was like 2 or 3 towns where these people had money and they owned the town, basically. The gym teacher got arrested for the images, and he served 2 years, and that was it. Nobody else got arrested at all.
Wow.
All of the evidence that they had where they were building this case against all of these players was ruined in the FBI's basement by a flood.
Of course.
So, and that's just a very, 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 very condensed version of.
Are you talking about is that the Oakland County child murders from the 70s that you were talking about?
Possibly that sounds. I'm telling, like,
no
part
suspect,
of it I blocked.
no suspects, right? No
Right,
arrests, no
no.
suspects. Yeah, okay.
Right. There were 2 boys, 2 girls.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
Well, I remember.
And it was a whole ring. It was a whole ring. And like I said, I've heard that there's rings in my own town, and my town is a small town. It's not, I live in Indiana. I'm not in Indianapolis though, so it's hard for me to even think that that is a possibility.
Well, it is a possibility still, but the thing that changed from then to now is the digital era. I mean, those situations were much more common back then, because it was hard to trace it. And not saying that it's not hard to trace it now, but everybody depends on being able to communicate, phones, emails, and text messages, Twitter, Instagram, all that stuff. Yeah. And so I think when I think that stuff does happen, and it still can happen. It was just much more prominent back in those times, like the 60s, 70s, 50s, for that matter. Yeah, I mean, God knows how long, but yeah, well, I do agree.
They think that the main guy, the bigger circle on the paper of the map of all the players, I want to say that he's the one who moved to another country, and he's doing the same thing over there right now. So it's still continuing on. It's not, and he's been doing it all of this time. Like they interviewed a guy that he did the deepest dive on this case that I've ever heard anybody do a deep dive on. But he knew everything about the case, and he was talking about the players, the things that were not in the documents, that he had spoke to people that were in the circle that didn't want to be named to get information from them. And, it was a lot. It was definitely a lot. And it was the late 70s, Maui girl. And there was an island. I forget the name of the town.
It was more mid 70s. I think it was 76. I can't remember. But I know the story that you're talking about. It was completely insane.
Good night, half pint. Yeah, it was. It's
it reminds
bad.
me of that Colonia Dignidad. I don't know if you guys heard of that one in Chile, and it was basically like a post World War II place where displaced Germans would go after the war. But excuse me, the guy that ran it was just taking advantage of children, like kind of using the colony, as they called it, for his own disgusting, playground, as he referred to it. So, but that actually took years to get rid of.
Right, and that's right, exactly, Button. The problem is also that with technology, it's easier to distribute the photos and videos far and wide, and the whole dark web and all of that. So, I mean, it's scary to think, like I said, I never would have pictured that it was that big. And this was just one ring. So that, and I know that there's a lot of arrests that have been happening in Tennessee since we heard about Summer's disappearance 3 years ago. And, you know, that all of these pedo rings that they're taking these guys out. And it just opened up a possibility for me, because I've always thought that Summer isn't with us anymore. You know, I've always thought that something happened. I don't know exactly what the act was, but I've always thought that Candace met Dawn somewhere, gave Dawn Summer, and then Dawn took Summer and met another male, and that male is the one who buried Summer on private property. But I never have been able to figure out what actually happened to her, because I also think that it was planned out. It just seemed like things, like the puzzle pieces were fitting together too well, that it seemed like something was being planned days before. And I think it was supposed to happen on Monday, the 14th, and something happened to where they weren't able to do it. And so it was pushed to the 15th. That's why Don admitted on your panel to you and Chris that he drove the Subaru on Monday, the 14th, and Tuesday, the 15th.
He did that? I don't remember that.
Yep, he did.
I've talked to
I
him
just
too many
actually
times.
watched the clip. I watched the clip earlier on my channel. Yep.
God, I've had too many conversations with him to keep track of what he admits what he wants to, and kind of retract. Like, I've got him to admit that if he wasn't there, and I don't know if this is him admitting anything, but I've got him to admit that he, you know, I said, Don, if you're not there, it's possible that Candace is lying to you. And you know how he always goes, I know my wife, and she would not do that. You know, and I'm so, and then I said, Don, you weren't there. And he goes, I said, so it would be possible that she's not telling you the entire story, right? And he goes, yeah, it's possible. And I'm just like, God, you're such a pain in the ass.
I'm sorry. I can't help it. I'm going to draw the conclusion or the parallels here. It reminds me so much of Chris Proudfoot kind of doing the same thing. It's like they're covering for their significant other.
Yeah, well, I've always said that with Dawn and Candace, I've always felt like it was till prison do us part with those two.
I thought.
Oh yeah.
And so they're in it to win it. You know, it's you can never tell anybody about this under any circumstances, not even your closest friends. I'm sure Dawn, like, that would be the conversation that Dawn would have. And so far, so good with them, you know, being able to kind of, they're living out in front of everybody, and they're hanging out in the park wearing pajama pants and shit.
Right? But I really thought, I was so sure when Dawn went to jail that was going to be the opportunity when Candace was actually going to speak
Wasn't
out.
she supposed to leave him and all that stuff?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, she fell out of love with him.
Yeah.
Well, that's not hard to do with Dawn, I would imagine.
That was the moment that I realized, okay, Dawn's in jail. She's not speaking a word. I guess that was the moment for me when that sealed my inner thoughts that she has more of a role than Dawn. Because if it was a situation where, you know, she knew something about him, I believe she would have spoke at that time.
That's what I'm saying, is that I think that either one of them, for some reason, and this would be my theory on that, is that if Dawn could turn on Candace, he would. If Candace could turn on Dawn, she would.
Yeah.
For some reason, there's something, whatever happened seems to. I mean, they waited 13 days to talk to the press, and then they sat in their front yard on the lawn chairs, and that's not normal. Katie and Chris waited 9 days. That's not normal.
Yep.
And people would say, well, it's normal. I'll tell you what's normal. You get your ass in front of that TV if somebody kidnapped your child, and you
immediately.
Yeah,
right.
And you make the plea.
You would want anybody. please, all
Yeah.
hands on deck. Help me find my kid. Absolutely.
I wanna
That's
play
what
a
keeps
video.
Don and Candace together, though. Is that
Of
that's
course.
what gives them that reason. He doesn't roll on her, she doesn't roll on him. Hence the reason is that neither one of them, whoever does any kind of rolling, would want to tell the kids that they were the ones responsible for daddy or mommy not being there.
Justin, what the hell are you talking about? Josh, did you see Josh interview from this morning? What does that mean?
The way to avoid being the main one to roll is to do exactly what they've been doing, covering for each other.
Yep. You're right.
They're pretty good at it too.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, well, Don's got a background. Candace has got a background. They've had their pictures taken. They know where. You've had reports, CPS reports piling up at 110 Ben Hill Road. They have to walk on eggshells. Pretty much.
It's not even CPS reports. It's domestic violence.
Yeah. Police reports.
All kinds of stuff.
All kinds of stuff, right. And once again, take a look at what Ben Hill Road, 110 Ben Hill Road looks like. Goes to mindset. Is it what kind of people, the children had to deal with?
Yeah. I mean, I could imagine what those, especially like when you're, I don't know, when you're fairly young, you have a chance to overcome that. Into your teenage years, it really gets ingrained into you.
Yeah.
And I really do hope that it wasn't too late for any of them. And I think about that situation a lot because I was somebody that I got taken out of my home and moved to a different place. It was going to be with foster parents, but then my grandparents decided to adopt us. And it's a strange feeling to live in one place one day and then be gone from it the next, no matter how bad it is, no matter, it's still home. And it's a very traumatic situation to move children from home to home. And not that they didn't need it, they did, and I'm glad. But the gravity of moving children is very, and I do think about them and hope that I heard Dawn talking about how that
it affects their self-esteem.
Well, Don today, John, you know what he said? He said that the fostering parents have their hands out. They're making money hand over fist.
What? Where?
I don't want to say where, but I'll send you an email. I'm not going to say it over.
Well, email me. I'm going to drop it in back chat because I want to hear.
Oh, okay, fine. Yeah, I can do that.
What the hell? So,
hold on.
See,
you can say it if you want. I'm not saying it.
It makes me so angry. Oh, it makes me so angry.
Yeah, this case has been a hard one to look at. That is definitely for sure.
Of all the things that Dawn can say, let's just talk about, how about you don't have your kids anymore? You completely signed them over.
He didn't say it. He didn't say it recently. He said it today, Marlena. He said it today.
Yeah. And Justin played that earlier in this live stream.
Was there another interview? Did I miss an interview that he did? There was one. What interviews has he done besides the one that I was just talking about?
There was one yesterday, and then they shared more today.
The one that we watched today, Josh, he said that he stopped looking for Summer.
Yeah.
Which is Unbelievable.
I mean, yeah. Well, he's probably tired of people asking.
I've given up. Where else do you look? What parent gives up ever?
Right. There's parents that have missing children that still live in the same house 20 years later, that the bedrooms are
Noreen,
still
gosh.
exactly the same 20 years later, that their vehicles are sitting out in front of the house 20 years later with the
Johnny.
same gas in it, waiting on their child to come home. And these parents gave up immediately.
Yep. Johnny
Natalie
Gosh.
Holloway's mother still looks for her.
Yes. Yep.
Right.
There's several. Noreen Gosh with Johnny.
Oh, yeah. It goes on forever.
Well, if Justin wants to come back up, I think he said he was downstairs, and I was going to ask him if he wanted me to kick him off panel. But if he wants to come back up and share that again, I would be grateful for the people who didn't
just
hear
kick
it.
him. It's fine. Just keep him.
Well, I want to share this video that I made. And this, I was talking about this the other day with Cher, and I made this video. Stop it. Let's see, 7 months ago. So I went back and watched some of the Tim Mullen videos, where he talks about his fun story.
Jesus.
And yeah.
Talk
And I'm
about
skipping.
the guy looks like a dentist that's lost his license many times.
Right.
Hey, you guys want some teeth work? I mean, look at that. Holy, he's got the Branch Davidian glasses on.
He does got the Branch Davidian look going on.
Holy crap.
He's a beast. You leave him alone now. He's a beast.
Oh my Lord.
Oh my God, this man right here drives me crazy.
Okay, now he's talking about Dawn and Candace. Well, he talks about Dawn, and then yeah. So I skipped through. We're not going to watch the whole thing. I just skipped through because I want to play
When did you
this
do
one.
these?
I made this one 7 months ago.
Yeah, I did a whole. Is this from his channel?
Yeah.
Yeah, I went through all of those. Like I did it in like a week, and I
Uh-huh.
put like banjo music behind it, and
I remember. I think that's what made me go watch him.
the
was
worst.
because I saw it on your channel. Yeah.
Oh, he's the worst, man.
But the shit that he says, it's like,
It's a
okay,
freak.
you'll see.
He's been in a mental institution 3 different times.
Well, this right here, okay, it's very important you listen to his words. So if you can't hear it, you have to yell at me immediately because you have to hear his
Stop
words,
staring at his
because
face.
then we're going to jump to Dawn and Candace, a clip of them. Okay. All right, here we go. You ready? Buckle up. Wake up.
Wikipedia. That's how Dawn loved the Bible. Dawn loves God, and he does very much. I'm outside, so
Wait,
I'm a little
please
cold,
stop.
so
You
that
can't
was
put that
love.
picture up and
God
expect me
loved.
not to laugh. Come on.
He said Dawn loved the Bible, and then he said
Then
love.
we put that photo up. First of all, I've never seen that photo. I hope I never see it again. But
He was on Ziggy's panel when he did that. Candace was in the background moaning because she had just had her teeth done at Dr. Phil, and they were already like over halfway through a bottle. You know how it goes.
Look at that hair.
It looks like Nick Nolte.
In a scary movie.
And he looks like Nick Nolte and Gary Busey had a baby that.
Oh my God, he does look like that dude in Scary Movie, the hand guy, the mashed potato guy.
Yeah,
Oh my
he's all
Lord.
whisking. He's whisking the mashed potatoes with his deformed hand.
Not real.
All right, I'm sorry. I'm gonna mute.
All right, here we go. I'm going to go back. All right, let's do this.
Wikipedia. That's how Dawn loved the Bible.
Oh, my
Dawn
Lord.
loves God, and he does very much. I'm outside, so I'm a little cold, so that was loves God, not loved. Loves God. Dawn loved the Bible. Dawn loved the Bible. Dawn loved the Bible. Dawn loves God, and he does very much. I'm outside, so I'm a little cold, so that was loves God, not loved. Loves God. One of his favorite things to do was talk about the Lord, talk about the Bible. Most people really never saw that, don't know it.
Now, I know you remember that night because that's a screenshot from your panel.
No, it's not from my panel.
Okay.
I pretty much just knew him from his evenings, and that was mostly whiskey talking.
At least he's honest.
A man does not always tell the truth when whiskey talks. In Don's case, he would actually just start making up crazy stuff. His sense of
It's
humor was
between God and the devil.
Right? Okay, so he just said when he's drinking whiskey, his sense of humor would kick in. Okay.
Oh Lord.
He would
Turns
make
into
up
a regular Don Rickles.
Right. He would make up a bunch of lies and his sense of humor would kick in. Okay, we're going to check out his theory.
Is this the one where he shows his nipple?
Oh, I don't know. I just show screenshots from this. I'm about to go to another clip. So
Okay. 'Cause there was one where he like pulled his shirt down. He's like, "Look at my nips."
Why?
I must have missed that one.
I don't know why he just did it. It was terrible. He was also talking about how he wanted to go for mobbing the bus. Like it's ridiculous.
This is the most cringy people I have ever laid eyes on.
These are the parents here, okay, that we're so bad because we're talking bad about.
I know there are people in the chat that remember the nip slips.
He was proud of his nips that day. They were extra pointy.
Do you remember it?
I vaguely do now that you said that, but I can't picture it. Thank God I must have blacked it out or
Justin
something.
said this is the one he shows his nips.
Yeah, and he's like says but he calls them, it's really gross. He calls them his boobies.
Oh my Lord.
Because he's a perv.
Is this the same night he got arrested?
Yeah.
His DUI night? Yeah,
I think
that's what
so.
I know.
I think so. Which I was responsible for.
I know, it's all your fault. It's always
I
Josh's
know.
fault. Josh and Chris McDonough.
Like, I hates me. He like wants me to die.
He's
Trying to
pretty
kill me.
ruthless.
Well, he's gonna. Yeah, that was the worst thing I've ever heard. In true
He said he was
crime.
gonna stab me in the neck
So
with
he's
a
gonna
knife.
come after you. That actually.
You have to be careful. He has a really big knife. We just saw it.
This man has done.
I mean,
What do these kids see when he gets like that? It's terrifying.
to be fair, if I was Don and in his, but I'd hate me too.
That's yeah.
So I
the
get
truth
it. I mean,
hurts.
I get it.
Yeah, the truth
But,
hurts. And you've heard
You
his
weren't
story.
being mean to him that night, though. Like you were being very reasonable.
It doesn't matter. Josh doesn't even have to be on panel, and Don will be talking shit about him, ready to put him in a hole. Like he doesn't even have to be there.
He doesn't like me very much.
Okay, here we go.
We used to be friends, remember?
We'll get on that some other time.
So the human brain goes from one extreme to the other. 1 minute you might have hope, okay, that I'm maybe God's gonna turn this over and blah blah blah, and it might work out. And then next thing you know, you're way down in the dumps, about ready to kill you. And you just think, there's no way I'll ever see my little girl again. And you just feel like going off the deep end.
Are we hearing a sense of humor yet?
Nope.
Yeah, he's fun. He's hilarious.
Yeah, it's so
Like Dane
funny.
Cook in his prime.
Now, this is the infamous clip from when Don was on Molly Golightly's panel, and I'm glad that I got it recorded because now it's gone, because our whole channel's gone.
I remember.
So now you know kind of what's coming up. So brace yourself.
And then next thing you know, you're coming up and you're thinking, well, maybe there's hope again. This is the human brain. Believe me, right now, if I could find out who took my daughter, I'd probably kill him. Right now, as in this moment. Right now, I don't think I can hold myself back. I don't know what I would do right now. I'm just so tore up right now. That's my state of mind right now. Tomorrow, I might be a little different, thinking differently, but right now, I'm just so fucked up. I don't know. I'm really worried. I'm just freaking out. I don't know what I'm gonna do. It's like I need mental help, but
You barely can stand up.
I've never seen
June
this.
15th.
You haven't seen this?
No, I'm not this particular part. No.
Okay, well, this was when.
Is this when he yells at Candace and then?
Yes. But this was leading up to it. So this was when Laura was on panel.
Never see this.
Laura was on panel, perplexed, TC, QT, whatever her name is now. And she was asking him questions. And he could barely keep his eyes open. He had his head down the majority of the time. Candace was in the other room moaning and groaning like she was having 5 kids at once.
I remember that. Yeah.
And so Laura said, chat was asking, because this was also the same time when Molly Golightly asked when was Summer's birthday. And he said he didn't know. He asked Candace. She didn't know either. And Molly was like, oh, you don't know your own kid's birthday. So that started it. So then Laura was like, let me take over. Let me talk to him. I want to talk to him. So chat was saying, ask him if he remembers the day that Summer was reported missing. So that's what he was just asked. I cut her asking out because I only wanted Don's voice in here. So this is his answer.
They don't know how to help nobody. June 15th, 5:30.
June 15th, what, 30?
5:30.
Buddy. June 15th, 5:30. I can't remember her birthday, but I remember that day. Isn't that freaking crazy?
And the boys didn't see anything either?
No, we're not allowed to talk to the boys about that.
Why?
Isn't that fucking crazy?
That
Have
is
you ever
crazy.
heard any bullshit like this in your entire fucking life?
So has his humor kicked in yet? I'm still waiting on that. I mean, he's obviously almost at the bottom of the R&R. So, Timmy said
he's at that point, like he's about as drunk as a human can possibly be without going unconscious.
Exactly.
He's at that there's you don't get any more drunk than he is. It's not possible. You either pass out or you die.
Exactly.
Those are the next 2 steps.
Exactly.
Yeah,
But I thought it was interesting that he said 5:30 too,
Definitely a video of capturing Don abusing himself, almost like if he's torturing himself or something.
Right. And you can't even say that he's numbing himself to forget, because he would numb himself and then hop on panel and do nothing but talk about the situation. Talk about everything bad in his life and how he's a victim and poor me and pity me and screw everybody else because they're all mean to me. So he wasn't drinking his sorrows away. So I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't either, to be honest.
We're going to keep
It
going.
is. Definitely the look of someone trying to escape reality. No doubt.
Yeah, but he's been doing that for a very long time.
Right.
Yeah, that's
even well before.
Yeah.
That's my point, though. He's not really escaping reality, because then he goes in panel hops to discuss reality. That's all he's talking about. He's going from panel to panel to talk about the situation that he's in, the reality of his life right now, but he twists it to make himself the victim. It's not about Summer. He's the victim. He said that.
Right.
He said he's the victim in Summer's case.
I remember he said that to me.
Oh my God! What a
Justin said, didn't he say that on my panel too?
Justin said
he's on the victim.
Oh, of course you are.
Yeah, I remember that.
Just like the freaking interview they had for her 3-year disappearance. They're the victims in that too. It's sick.
Yep.
I can't believe anybody defends these people. Would you stop? Like, it's indefensible.
I've been dealing with these people for a long time.
I'm officially going to believe anybody that defends these parents. You are trolling. You are absolutely trolling at this point.
Right. And so what he was saying here in that spot was he wasn't allowed to talk to the boys about Summer because they had a gag order. Like the judge had put a gag order. He wasn't allowed to talk about the boys to YouTube, and he wasn't allowed to talk to the boys about Summer. So that's why he's freaking out, saying, I'm not allowed to talk to the boys about their own sister, and he's not done yet. So we'll keep listening here.
I'm not allowed to talk to the fucking boys about my daughter. What the fuck kind of shit's that?
That's crazy. Why not?
I've never even. Right? How do you process it? How do you deal with it? I had to sneak the other day when I was with Josie. I had to sneak and talk to him. Like, I had to sneak and talk to him about his sister. I can't believe this shit. I can't even.
Yeah. Well, so what did he need to talk to him about that he couldn't have talked to him about for the month that he was there?
Right.
After Summer went missing. Why all of a sudden he's got to sneak to talk to him? I mean, don't you already have your story laid out there, Dawn?
Right. Like he was refreshing their memory.
He's got to check in to see what did you say?
Yep,
Right.
that's exactly what it is. He has to, just like Candace with H.
She's so
Got to know what all you told.
And I really and if this is, and I don't know if this is the case or not, but if the county sheriff's department or whatever cut some deal with them to sign their kids over for no criminal prosecution, I mean, shame on whoever came up with that idea. You take them to court, you do it legally, you don't make a deal with child abusers and prosecute them. I mean, it's insane. And I fear that is maybe what happened.
Yeah.
That's what Scott was asking about the last time we were live a couple nights ago. He was asking.
I actually threw that idea out there, Josh.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I mean, doesn't it look more like a possibility now?
Yeah.
And
the judge that was over the case, Josh.
What's that?
The judge that was over the boys' case.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, he got in trouble.
Yeah, he got arrested for a DUI.
Well, him and Don could
We've got
shine.
constables down there that have been arrested because he took methamphetamine from people that he would pull over in traffic stops to train his drug sniffing dogs with, instead of turning it in as evidence. And then later, so he gets elected as a felon because he gets caught doing that. And then he gets arrested for another felony charge and then finally loses his position. The pediatrician that took care of all the kids down there, including Carly Trent, and I don't know if Summer or not, was an alcoholic and a convicted pedophile because he messed with boys inappropriately on the ball teams that he also coached.
Good God.
And his child patients felt uncomfortable and told their parents after they had the examinations with him. I mean, I could just go on and on and on with the corruption and the shadiness down there.
Mm-hmm.
The lady that I can't remember her name right now, it'll come to me, but she embezzled thousands of dollars from the Churchill Rescue Squad. She's now running a low-rent apartment complex in Kingsport as an office manager.
Okay. Yeah. So, I mean,
you could
I
just
remember
go on and on and on. So to me, even throwing out that idea, the idea actually came from, I was on with Jay for Justice the other night, and we were tossing around theories, and what we got talking about was how they made all the deals with Kayla Montgomery. So,
well, yeah,
so that she would testify so that the state could make a murder prosecution on Adam for Harmony. So the idea just kind of came up organically. Would that be a possibility that they had charges, at least, neglect charges, things of that nature against the Wells, and they said, we'll drop these charges if you sign the boys over to the custody of the state so that you can't.
So there's no trial or anything. So they don't drag this out.
And so 3 more kids don't go missing under your care.
And I'm not even 100% sure. And I don't think anybody is why the boys were ultimately removed. I'm sure there was a bunch of different reasons. Now, who knows what the kids told the court, right? So they could have had all this evidence, like, you know, of what the children had said, and like, hey, you know, we don't want to put the kids through this or whatever. And the answer is that in the past that has happened, where people are given the ultimatum: sign your rights over, or we're going to charge you with these crimes. And, you know, people obviously don't like people who are charged with child crimes, whether it be whatever kind of abuse it may be. So it is possible that has happened.
It's worth
The
discussion.
only thing that I really can hang on to is the fact that the detective said that the cases do bleed over into each other.
Exactly, and that was what I was going to say after you finished there.
Yeah, so I think, but that doesn't mean that they can't come back and still either testify or present evidence. They just couldn't be prosecuted for it, and they could use it in a trial if there was ever a trial for.
They would still be able to come back and charge them if they were to ever find Summer. Yes. Or
Yeah,
find
but I mean,
evidence
I don't know
leading up
about
to.
with the boys. If they made a deal with them, then that would be off the table.
Well, it depends on how the deal was set up, you know, between the district attorney.
Right.
The state makes those calls. Hawkins County doesn't make those calls. The district attorney does.
Right. Well, I understand wanting to get the children into a better place and to not have them, you know, drag them through family court, because it's very, that's traumatic as well. Something that I've been through. Family court is the absolute worst. You sit on a bench while there's like 3 cases in front of you that are like custody issues, where people just can't stand each other, and it's just a bunch of screaming and yelling and crying. And so, you know, I know that they try to limit that exposure, but it to me, I'm just shocked that there hasn't been any charges, especially when you take 3 children out of a home after one of the children goes missing, because they didn't take them because Don said, here, please take my children. Like he said, Don was ordered to surrender the children within 24 hours. And he didn't have a choice. He was going to go to jail. So I don't know what the hell he's talking about when he says that.
Well, and you know, I think half the country is wondering, you know, the same thing that we've been wondering for, you know, now on her 3-year anniversary of her being missing, is why the hell have there not been any charges, you know, contributing to the delinquency of the minor with the vapes and the twisted tea to Hunter, any other inappropriate relations that they may have had.
Well, and the problem with that too is now the statute of limitations is passed on that.
Right.
I mean, you have like a year to file for that kind of stuff.
They have literally had, in my opinion, and I think half of the country or half of the community, you know, because there are Wells supporters out there, but there are, you know, half of us out here that aren't Wells supporters that can see plenty of reasons for things that they should have been charged of. And the thing about it is we don't know the half of it, because the Child Protective Services case involves minors, so all that's under wraps.
Right. I mean,
But
that's exactly
the courts and the judges know. But look at what they did to Ronnie Lawson's son, Brandon Lawson. Got 20 years, 19 years of it suspended, and he didn't even serve the time that he served in prison. He served it in a county jail.
right.
Again,
Talk about the deal of a lifetime. It's good to know. It's good to know people. It really, really is.
I mean, so any of these things, like I said, I believe it to be worthy of discussion, because considering the case, the things that we've seen in this case, it would not surprise me whatsoever if that happened.
Well, Hunter.
Hell, I'd almost expect it, to be honest.
Hunter made a point to say that Candace came over there by herself. I don't know if it was the next day or when it was. How they're leaving, coming and going like that, I have no idea either. But that she went by there and wanted to know if he had said anything about the vapes or the tea or something like that.
Yeah.
But it wasn't anything about Summer. And I that to me, if that is the case, and I don't know why the kid, especially at the time, would lie about it. I think that I don't think that he was lying about it, but obviously there's no way to really tell. But if he wasn't lying about it, then there's the consciousness of guilt was on her mind. She thought she was going to get in trouble for something much less serious than her child going missing. I've also heard, I don't know if I've heard this from Dawn, that there was a point where Candace asked if she, like that night, if she was under arrest or something like that, or the next day, and or are you gonna arrest me or something like that? And it's like, why would you make that statement? It's just such a weird thing. I mean, it's not really that weird, but because I think I understand why she asked.
Yeah.
I mean,
Josh,
I can't understand all of the times that here's the way that most of the time it happens or is supposed to happen in Tennessee in domestic violence charges. If the cops come to your house, both of you go to jail and then they sort it out.
Yeah, California, they take you both.
Yeah.
Like
but
if
how
there's
many times do we know of?
Yeah, if there's injuries to
The
both,
law has been to 110 Ben Hill Road, and no one went to jail. Even when that one time they went up there, the Dawn supposedly broke Candace's thumb, but the cops noted that she was tying her shoes and flicking a lighter with said broken thumb.
Yeah.
Lying to the cops, false reports, false calls, whatever.
Well, you're completely right, Scott, because I think about that all the time as well. Candace had a sworn statement to the police. She wrote, like I said, like a first grader with the wrong hand, but she still wrote it out and signed it, that she was scared for her life, that Dawn gets mad and throws things, and that he's abusive mentally and physically or whatever the thing said. And then she drops the charges. Right. Yeah. And then and according to Dawn, it's because, she made it up. I don't know why or how they would let them drop those charges. I mean, you would think that they would understand how abuse works and how domestic violence works and how often the other person wants to drop the charges because some hours go by and their emotions kind of stabilize and they, instead of being completely disgusted with the person, like, oh my God, they're going to get in so much trouble because of me, and the courts have to step in and go, no, we're not dropping that. In California, that would not happen. They would probably add charges if they found out that somebody was trying to persuade somebody else to do that, to drop the charges. And it sounds like Dawn basically bought her a car because of it, because his ass would have gone to prison.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Not jail, not for 6 months, not for a DUI, not 8 months, not if, he wouldn't go to some rehab or whatever it is that he turned down and took extra months in jail. I mean, by the way, that's freaking gnarly. By the way, you got to be a sick mofo. The guy's like, I'd rather stay in jail. I'm not going to any rehab. But the fact that he's going to prison, and so he bought her a car.
Yep.
It's just baffling.
Not like
These
$1,000 beater car either.
Right.
You
Right.
know.
It just it seems as though they have operated with impunity for some time.
Yep. And in this clip that we're getting ready to finish here, you actually hear Candace accuse Dawn of throwing her in the punch.
Yeah,
She
I
meant to
remember
say
that.
punching her in the throat.
I remember that.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and finish playing this out a little bit here so we can finish it and then we can continue the conversation.
But talk to my sons about their fucking own sister. What the fuck? Like, what the fuck? Like, she's a ghost? What the fuck is this? I don't get it. So we're just gonna pretend that your sister never existed. Like, what the fuck is this? I'm not allowed to talk to my boys about their sister that's been fucking abducted. Really?
They haven't accused you of Candace or anything, right? Guys, I heard
Man,
about
I got that. Hey, you have to. I have 7 alibis.
What?
If not more. Baby, don't break my fucking door. Come on. Really?
Well, you were at work.
Come on. Don't break the fucking door.
Open it then.
You dumb bitch.
Oh, you call me a dumb bitch?
You break my fucking door.
Yeah, fuck you.
You dumb motherfucker.
No, he
I
said
have
he had
7 alibis. I have 7 alibis. Candace ain't got none. She's going down.
You were at work.
Plus, I have a good friend named Starlink. My buddy named Starlink. And, yeah, Starlink.
Now, Don, I've heard.
Please don't break the door.
I asked you a question.
What?
And you asked, okay, Starling.
I was talking to her. What?
Stop lying.
She asked me, what? What is your question? What? I'm listening. Come on, man. What?
Well, that real itches. I asked you questions.
I'm just to show your ass live on fucking. I'm live. Stop it. It's fucking live, you dumbass.
No, it's not.
It is.
No, it isn't.
Can't stop.
Okay, whatever. Play your little game, Donnie.
All right, I'm gonna have to go. She don't think we're live and shit. Okay. And she's fucking going off and acting like alcoholic. I have to get off here now.
That's fine.
I
Thank you
appreciate
so
y'all.
much for talking to us.
Don, I'll
All right.
talk to you later.
All right, bye.
Thank you so much.
Bye,
Okay.
Candace.
Let's put
Thank
your
you.
dick later.
It's fucking live, you dumb bitch. You are stupid, man.
I was just scratching my back. That's all I asked.
Fucking live. Bitch.
Oh, they just seen that. You're a dumbass. They just seen you punch me with my throat.
Whatever.
You're a dumbass.
I agree with you.
You're a real dumbass. You're a real dumb fucking ass.
I agree.
They just didn't even throw me in the punch. You know, you're a dumbass.
And that's where I was that first week after summer disappeared. So
Okay, so I'm going to stop it there. At the beginning of this, I played his clip of him saying that he drove by Ben Hill Road a week after June 15th. So it must have been the third week in June after he did a whole lot of math and twisting. But then later, he also said something about when he drove by, the police were there and he stopped and talked to the police. So, you know, and then we have, of course, this image here when Robin said that he was the one that made the Summerwell's website. He told her to shush. So this is a pretty interesting
She
video.
looks like Robin Williams from 1 Hour Photo.
Stop. I was gonna say, Josh.
I have
lotion on the skin, or else it gets the hose again.
One of the things that's real. I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm late to the party, okay, but so I'm pretty sure everybody went crazy over him saying that Candace don't have an alibi, but that speaks volumes. That speaks volumes. That tells me either he's holding that shit over her head, which highly likely that he knows.
He said he was joking. I asked him about it.
You did?
Yeah, he's like, I was just joking. He was like,
Do you even remember that, Don? You were so out of it.
He would call. He would call me all pissed off. He would call you, be like, "I know you record me." And I'm like, "Yeah, I am." And then
how about this one?
What the fuck is that?
That's Timmy in the pool.
Jesus.
Oh my god, what child did he steal that from?
I don't know.
Is he wearing a shirt in the pool?
Yep, a button up and some jeans.
What a weird dude, man. He's so freaking weird.
I knew I had that picture in there because I went through and got as many pictures of him as I could to make this video.
Oh my god.
That one's my favorite.
Who does he look like there, Josh?
Right?
He looks like Gallagher performing on the stage, about to bust a watermelon. I'm in the floaty pool. He looks like, what he looks like an incel.
He does.
I want to know who took that picture. I bet his mom took it. One time I called him a son of a bitch, and he's like, "What'd you call my mom?"
Oh my goodness!
Swear to God. And I was just like, you understand that that's like just a thing that people say that people don't like, right?
Who swims in a long sleeve flannel and a pair of jeans? Like, what the
This is the part I think Cher was talking about where he said something about smelling a carcass. Hold on, I want to play this just real quick. This is at the very end here. Because he had just said something about stopping and talking to the police. And then he says something. Hold on. We got to play this.
That day, the police were stopping everyone and just asking them if they'd seen anything. So I had gave them my thoughts. There was a couple things around there that I noticed coming in, and so I just shared that. Just my citizen's contribution. Now, where Don was working later is further west of Kingsport.
Oh my
where
God.
the houses are, Edinburgh.
Okay, that's what he said. Driving, I smelled rotting flesh. My stomach suddenly felt horrible. I got out searching a field and then found this deer carcass. Suddenly, summer missing got very real.
Because he found a deer carcass on the side of the road.
Yes.
Or just something.
What does that mean? They're all over the place.
Disturbed. That is so freaking disturbing.
That it's possible that he could come across Summer out there if he's out there searching for her.
Oh,
I also heard when he said that he was just standing in the road looking up at the house.
Yeah.
Which completely, like, Don should have shot his flare at them instead of
I'm sorry,
instead
that
of Molly.
dude. He's got a weird.
Right?
In my humble opinion, he has a.
Brittany,
very
did you know he
weird-
shot a flare at somebody? A flare gun?
What?
And Justin might have been there too. Justin might have got shot with it too.
Justin, did he shoot at you?
He shot a flare gun. I swear, because he's not allowed to have a real gun because he's a felon.
At those damn YouTubians down there at the bottom of the hill.
You
Yeah, he really did shoot a flare gun at somebody.
Don't
This is
you go to
one of the
Ben Hill,
funniest
Josh.
things. There's some really crazy. I remember asking Don about it. He was laughing hysterically. I laughed too.
Yeah, but like all jokes aside, that could F somebody's world up. Like,
No,
what
he
is-
said he shot it. He said he shot it in the air. I don't know if he shot it.
Yeah,
I
but
know
what
he
goes up
shot it.
must come down.
Yeah, well, hopefully he shot it straight up in the air.
Obviously not very straight because
He accidentally hit Tim. Tim, I didn't know you were here. Hi, Don.
Justin said yes.
Yeah.
He shot at
Hey,
you,
Lauren.
Justin?
Well, I think he only shot the one. You know, they're kind of hard to reload. But
Oh my Lord.
Yeah.
And I dropped the link to that video that I just played in the chat if you guys want to bookmark it for later and watch the whole thing or whatever. There's a lot more interesting information in there. And if we're going to be
Oh,
talking about
girl.
Mr. Timmy Mullen, then that might be something that you want to kind of get a little cliff note of, I guess.
Best believe I'm going to be deep diving through your stuff.
I have a lot of videos. Like, I have so many videos. I would love for somebody just to run through my Summer Wells playlist. Like, I've thought
will
about
go through
reviewing
it.
my videos on live streams because just to be able to go back like we're doing and talk about things. And that's what,
Well-
I was going through looking at some of my videos and I found that one.
Liquid Justice.
Before
Where he-
Sebastian went missing, I actually did start like a weekly summer deep dive, and we neglected it because Sebastian Rogers case. But I really do want to get back into it because it's just so effed up. I'm sorry, this is probably inappropriate, but I just thinking about that drunk video you just showed us where he hit Candace.
Mm-hmm.
Candace sounds. Y'all ever seen that movie Hypocrisy?
No.
No.
You've never seen Hypocrisy with anybody in chat seen it? Luke, I think it's got Luke Wilson. Anyway, Candace
That'd
sounds
probably be
like
why I haven't seen
somebody
it.
in that movie who just like them. If anybody in chat knows that movie, you know what I'm talking about. Candace sounds just like the people in Hypocrisy.
I mean, if it didn't tell you how drunk she is when she said, everyone just saw you throat me in the punch.
Idiocracy. Why did I say hypocrisy? Idiocracy.
So much
Jesus.
hypocrisy around these streets.
Like, Idiocracy. If you look in that movie, basically the dude Luke Wilson's in a time machine, and the world over time grows stupid. It's like it goes backwards. Intelligence goes so high eventually it's like the pendulum swings back, and Luke Wilson's in Idiocracy, and the people can't talk right. They're like, why you had no tattoo? So, Candace reminded me of one of the people, but she's like, you punch throat me. They heard you punch throat me.
She said one time, she said that she couldn't lie because it wasn't in her metabolism. That was a good and then what else? She said it wasn't in her. I'm trying to. I can't even think. What was she even trying to say? It wasn't in her metabolism. What the hell does that mean? I mean, I know she used it wrong, but what was she trying to say? Because I don't remember. I don't even what would be close. It's not in my DNA, and metabolism are not even close.
No, she was trying to say. I know what word she was trying to say because I remember talking about it. It's not in her. It's another M word.
I mean, I don't think that there's anything there.
Look, don't make me break out my dictionary.
Oh, I'm just saying there's no direction that you can go with that, and leap to DNA.
It isn't in my metabolism.
Yeah.
I'm surprised she could pronounce metabolism.
Well, I don't think she got it out right.
But she didn't say vocabulary, and she got it in.
She said,
way
I
wrong.
can't lie. I don't lie. It's not in my metabolism.
I can't lie. It's not in my. What the hell?
I can't lie. Dawn has alcoholism.
Mitochondria.
Sorry, Dawn.
She said Mo.
Must be a weird dictionary that she's reading.
Well, disposition maybe, but she doesn't know that word exists.
Mentality. And that's why she said metabolism.
Well, even if she said it's not in my mentality, that's still wrong.
Only 4-syllable word she knows. I found his confession where he said he drove the Subaru on your panel.
Oh.
It's a 2-minute clip, and I have it sped up, so it's speed talking. But this is where stop it. This is where he said it. It was on April 19th, 2023, to refresh your recollection. And we're just gonna play it. Ready? That
We just lock the regular lock. We don't lock. Well, we'll lock the deadbolt if we're in the house. We can lock the deadbolt from the inside on the basement. We can use the upstairs door if we're going somewhere or whatever. Lock that one.
Okay, that morning when you woke up to go to work,
Right.
was that door opened or closed, or locked or open?
I assume it was locked because we lock the doors at night. You know.
Okay, so at some point then, if you're assuming it was locked that morning, which way did you go out that door, or did you go back out through the kitchen to go to work?
I go upstairs and go to the kitchen to get in my truck and head to work.
Okay, so you go to work, but that day you didn't take your truck, right?
Yeah, I've used the Subaru the day before. I had fired Dudley because I was sure he was on meth and acting all crazy and stuff. I mean, just out of his mind. And I even looked on YouTube as to how people act when they're on meth, and he fit every single one of them.
Well done. Dude, come on, man. You've seen 1,000 people on meth, bro. You don't have to look on YouTube for that one, buddy. Come on. That's like a cop looking around for donuts in a donut shop and not knowing what they look like. Come on.
Guys, you hear me? Hey.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, what are we laughing about? Hey, I don't deal with meth.
No.
I don't know why he doesn't like you and Chris. Okay, I just don't get it.
I'm like,
I don't either.
I start laughing about it.
I think
Does
he
he
doesn't
answer
like.
the question though?
No.
Well, yeah, he responds.
I don't think he likes Josh.
No.
Josh-
It's the way he answered the question that doesn't answer the question. If you go back, start that again.
About the door?
That piece. Just go back to the piece where they're talking about the
Math.
Subaru.
Oh, we haven't gotten to the Subaru yet. They just talked about the doors being locked, and then they talked about him firing Dudley the day before, and he looked up on YouTube to see what people look like on meth.
I think it was a question that Chris had asked them about what car did you take?
Yeah, we haven't gotten there yet.
Okay. I thought I heard something. I thought I heard something weird.
I'll go back a little bit, but yeah, it's more at
I think we did talk about it a little bit. I think.
Where he said the car?
Yeah, I think so.
Maybe
if you just play it from there, it's probably fine.
Okay.
Okay, so at some point then, if you're assuming it was locked that morning, which way did you go out that door, or did you go back out through the kitchen to go to work?
I go upstairs and go to the kitchen to get in my truck and head to work.
Okay, so you go to work, but that day you didn't take your truck, right?
Yeah, I've used the Subaru the day before.
See, I
fired
used the
Dudley because I
Subaru
was
the
sure
day
he was on
before,
meth
is
and
what he
acting all
said.
crazy and stuff.
Right. Yeah, I had it too fast. I thought it was further down here. And
No. He's telling
I'm glad I
Chris that he used the Subaru the day before.
Right. Yeah, that's why I clipped it. Don says drove Subaru the 14th. That was
And he said the 15th was the first day that he ever did, right?
Right. This was the first time he admitted it on a live stream that he also drove it on Monday, because Dudley said he drove it on Monday because Monday was when Dudley got fired. And Don always said, no, he only drove it on Tuesday on the 15th. And so this was like the first time that he admitted it. But he said something about he had already talked about it, that he already said that he drove it on Monday or something, but he hadn't, not that I had heard.
Did you hear him get mad when he said, "What are we laughing about here?" No, I don't do that.
It was hilarious.
Like, shut up.
All right, now that I have it slowed down, I'm going to go back and we're going to do it one more time.
Okay.
We don't lock. We'll lock the deadbolt if we're in the house. We can lock the deadbolt from the inside on the basement. We use the upstairs door if we're going somewhere or whatever. Lock that one.
Okay, that morning when you woke up to go to work,
Right.
was that door opened or closed, or locked or open?
I assume it was locked because we lock the doors at night. You know.
Okay, so at some point then, if you're assuming it was locked that morning, which way did you go out that door, or did you go back out through the kitchen to go to work?
I go upstairs and go to the kitchen to get in my truck and head to work.
Okay,
See?
so
What did he just say there?
He said he goes upstairs through the kitchen to get in his truck to go to work.
in his truck to go to work,
Right.
not the Subaru.
Right. Well, I think he's talking about like on a normal day because he asked him, do you leave through the basement door or the
How's he
kitchen
gonna
door?
do that
You
when
know?
there was the couch in front of it?
Right.
Exactly, Josh. That damn
I don't think
couch.
that they ever talk too much about the couch though.
He gets mad about it.
Oh, he won't talk about it. He tells me to fuck off.
There's something about that couch.
Right?
Yeah, I think
He's
so.
very-
I
when you get
mean,
triggered.
it seems to be a contentious topic for some reason.
And Sam Witch is correct. Eerily similar to Sebastian's case. They also have a couch in front of a door.
Yep.
Or that day you didn't take your truck, right?
Yeah, I've used the Subaru the day before. I had fired Dudley because I was sure he was on meth and acting all crazy and stuff. I mean, just out of his mind. And I even looked on YouTube as to how people act when they're on meth.
Oh,
He
please.
fit every single one of them.
Oh, God. Dude,
Well,
If you believe that, I got a bridge to tell
1,000
you.
people on meth, bro. You don't have to look on YouTube for that one, buddy.
Nope.
Come on. That's like a cop looking around for donuts in a donut shop and not knowing what they look like.
Chris.
Come on.
You hear me? Hey.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, what are we laughing about? Hey, I don't deal with meth.
No, I didn't say you. I said
you've seen meth. You've seen people on meth before.
Seen people on meth. I mean, it's kind of crazy to look on YouTube. So that when I said, yeah, go ahead.
Well, you tend to forget after a while. You know, if unless it's something you're dealing with all the time, you forget little things like that. But I knew he was out of his damn mind and saying all kinds of crazy stuff, and he couldn't do his job. And anyway, I don't want to talk about that dude. Anyway,
okay. All right, that's fine.
He's been proven that he just got busted. You know, for all the charges he's got. That's all I need.
All drugs, no problem. So let's get back to you decide to take the car that day.
Chris said the day before, I think, because I've been driving.
That's why he doesn't like you, Josh. That's why.
Chris doesn't give one shit when he lies to him. He's like, "Yeah, right, dude."
You call him on his shit, and that's why he don't like you.
I've been on a personal call before when Don was telling Chris something, and Chris was like, "Don, I don't believe a word you said." And Don's like, "All right, well, that was a waste of time."
But I gotta say, I appreciate y'all calling that out and laughing at it because that's an absolute ridiculous statement.
I mean, I don't know. I didn't know what else to do.
I mean, what?
I didn't
Come
think
on.
Chris was going to do that. I didn't even remember he did it, but I mean, how do you not? It was hilarious.
I like when Chris is like, "All right, he's full of drugs. Let's keep going. What else?"
We get it. No one cares.
I love Chris
because he's all he's doing is deflecting.
Yeah,
he's like,
Yes.
he's full of drugs, and Chris is like, who cares?
Big time.
And that's what he is. He tries to do that. So like when he's asked a question, he gives so much word salad that you forget the original question.
Yeah.
So you don't even know if he answered it or not because of all the word salad after. Like even, do you remember that news interview where the news reporter said, did you have anything to do with your daughter's disappearance? And he starts going into this big, long, of course, he's at work all the time because he's just this awesome father that just goes to work and that's all he ever does and that's all he has time for. And, you know, all of that. And she's like, okay, so do you have anything to do with your daughter's disappearance? You know, like you didn't answer the question. And it was like 5 minutes of him babbling. And she was like, okay, but the question was, you know, I was so proud of her for calling him out because usually people forget the freaking question and they're just like, okay, shut up.
Yes, that reporter did great doing that.
I know I have that clip on here too. I made a video about that one actually. This one I didn't make a video about. I just clipped it. But okay, let's finish it out here.
That's
all drugs, no problem. So let's get back to you decide to take the car that day.
I took it the day before, I think, because I've been driving my truck for a long time. We went through this already. I just wanted to put some miles on the Subaru. So.
Okay, so you wanted to drive the Subaru, and you loaded it up with all your stuff.
The day before, and the day before, we had actually had a welfare case where somebody called and said I was letting the kids run around with loaded guns, which was totally idiotic and stupid.
He keeps going
So
back
they
to
closed
the
that
day
case
before.
The day before that night, about
every
6
time.
or about 7 p.m. They was out there and closed the case. And the very next day, Summer come on missing. But anyway, back to what you're saying.
No, that's
What in
fine.
the
So
hell?
somebody had snitched you off that there was a CPS problem of some sort.
And that's
Oh
where I
my God.
When Chris is talking street lingo,
I wasn't
he
talking about the day before. I wanted to talk about the day of.
What is
He
this?
didn't want
Describe the day of.
He doesn't want to do that.
What is the
But-
significance of the day before?
Well, the day before.
because Dudley, his coworker that he fired, said that there was a major incident that happened on Monday, the 14th, not on Tuesday, the 15th. Dudley
Which
said that when he went into work, when he got to the house that they were working on together, that Don was in the bathroom sitting on the edge of the tub, and he looked like he had just lost his best friend.
I thought it was
Dudley-
in the tub,
No, not in the tub.
fully
was on
clothed in the tub.
With the rubber ducky.
Well, yeah, with him sitting in there filling the tub.
What are your thoughts about that? What could have happened on the 14th?
That's why I think it was planned to happen on the 14th. And Don thought that it was supposed to happen. And that's why he was all upset, that Monday morning. And because, okay, Dudley also said they worked on Friday together.
It
They
was
still
in
had
the tub.
It was in the tub?
In the tub, yes, I'm positive.
You just
I'm going to
sitting
have
in
to
the
go back
tub.
and listen to that again.
I don't know why that matters, but it does for some reason.
That does matter versus in the tub than sitting on
Oh,
the
it'd be
side.
much
Way
more
different.
comfortable, I would think.
Well,
He
what
can
was
stretch
going
out
on
better.
that this dude is like, oh my God,
Well-
was it planned?
Well, and
that's
I
why he
remember the
was
story about
super
him writing on the walls. Does anybody remember that?
Yes, because he was too high. And
You think he fired Dudley because he was trying to frame him? Maybe.
No, he fired him because he didn't want to pay him.
Well, I
right.
mean,
And
that's
Dudley
good.
went through a lot of shit to get his money.
I
don't
actually
even know
talked to
if he ever did it.
Dudley. Right, I think he's in jail now, but I
Yeah.
talked to him, and Dudley. So it was the highway patrol that actually went out and talked to Dudley, and it wasn't until it was like 2 a.m. The day that Summer went missing, but because Dawn had given them Dudley's name, but they, according to Dudley, that the highway patrol made contact with him. They actually chuckled about Dawn implicating him. And
Well, yeah,
they said,
remember about the yellow vehicle? Don said that the police officer said that he passed a yellow vehicle flying out of the
Yeah.
area when they were on the way to
the Pathfinder.
Well,
right,
that's
and
why
then Dudley had a yellow vehicle, so
He was
might have
trying to throw him off, but they never ever all they did was go talk to him about days leading up to it. They were never questioning him, as it was only Dawn that was doing that.
Right. Well,
Right.
that was why I was wondering if they were
Mm.
trying to frame him, because I remember that Don
Yes.
was like, well, I got a disgruntled employee,
I don't know if they were trying to frame, but they were definitely. I mean, he was definitely pointing them in that direction, and I think Don was just throwing stuff against the wall.
Yeah.
To see what would stick, because he even implicated Meth Head Fred, as he refers to him so politely.
he's
And-
blamed everybody except for Andy B. He blamed Josh. He blamed Chris McDonough. He's blamed he has blamed I think every YouTuber that disagreed with him.
Yeah, he asked me what I did with his daughter.
So now it's your fault?
Well, according to Ronnie Lawson, we're all suspects.
Oh my God.
Suspects, person of interest, however you want to word it.
I'll
It's
be so
such
glad when
bullshit.
he's out of
I-
here.
And that TBI thing, I'm glad that somebody talked about it, but my God, like, stop placating to people. Like, people are already pissed off. That's all they were doing by the way that they were talking. They were like, oh, we don't know if she wandered off. Yes, you first of all, if there are agencies out there where they're not finding kids that are wandering off and they'd only been gone for a certain amount of time, and nobody's going to find them when there's, hundreds and hundreds of volunteers. I mean, that would be a problem. To not
I
be able
can't help but laugh.
It's
I'm
ridiculous.
sorry.
to
I'm
say
sitting
that.
back up there, I'm just listening to Ronnie Lawson say, yeah, everyone and everything is on the table, including the YouTubers.
He's got to be a joke. Like, I'll be so. Isn't he going to be out of there this year? Like, finally.
I don't know. Probably not. He's like ran uncontested for like 6 terms.
It's crazy. But okay, let me tell you what Dudley's story was here. This is why I think it was planned. Okay. So he said they worked together on Friday and they still had a shit ton to do. And so Dudley was supposed to go in and work on Saturday by himself. Don would take the day off. Don was supposed to go in and work by himself on Sunday, and Dudley would take the day off. And then they were both going to return on Monday. So they leave work Friday. Dudley and his wife go into work on Saturday and get a bunch of shit done. Dudley comes back to work Monday morning, and Don never showed up. So Don was off Saturday and Sunday. And then when Dudley got there Monday morning, he was sitting on or in the tub and looking like he had just lost his best friend.
Yeah, Dudley told me that too. And then the next time we were supposed to talk, he tried to shake me down for $500 for an interview.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow. What a joke.
That's the story that he told all the YouTubers when they took him out.
He told me that too. I think he was pretty desperate for some
$500 for it.
Yeah, he was all methed out.
Jesus.
But doesn't that make sense though? Like if they were going to plan it, he was supposed to work on Sunday, but he didn't come to work on Sunday. Why? Maybe because he had to take care of other shit at home over the weekend and prepare for Monday to happen. But then something happened on Monday to where they couldn't do it. So then it was pushed to Tuesday.
So are you saying that whatever happened on Tuesday? Or
it did happen on Tuesday. Yeah.
Monday.
No, I think it did happen on Tuesday. I think it was supposed to happen on Monday.
The 14th.
Right.
Yeah.
And I don't know what it is, though. I don't know what it is. But whatever it was, I think that it was supposed to be planned to happen that way. I mean, Don drove the Subaru for a reason. And for him to drive the Subaru both days to throw all of his nasty, dirty drywall tools in the Subaru that was new. It was 6 months old. They had it for 6 months. And he said that he drove it because he wanted to put some miles on it. Bullshit.
I remember that. But what he just got finished telling Chris on the lab with Josh there. So what vehicle did you take that morning? That was very specific. And Don backs up to say, well, the day before, and that was his deflection point.
Right.
First, he said his truck. I went upstairs, went out of the kitchen, and got what? Into my truck.
Right. Oh, yeah. CPS happened Monday.
That's a very hairy part right there in that interview. For me, I would have backed up and said, say that again. I would have walked that question back.
Yeah, I think we got distracted by the meth.
What happened?
I think we got distracted by the meth talk.
Something. But I
was
would
like,
have held him to that
meth.
question.
Okay,
So you took your truck. What color is your truck, by the way? And I would have walked him from there.
And then he would have walked you to Dudley stuffing stuff up his pee hole.
Yeah.
Right.
Right. Yeah. He deflected right there to Dudley. He had to go someplace to avoid Chris's specific question.
Yeah, he didn't like it.
That's what I picked up. That's exactly what I picked up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Nana Anna just nailed it right there. She said CPS is what happened Monday. CPS showed up at their house. So maybe that is what stopped the plan from happening on Monday and then maybe put a rush on it to happen on Tuesday.
So wait a minute. Don was at work Monday. So was he at work during the CPS call?
I don't know. See, during that clip, he said CPS closed their case out around 6:30 or 7 p.m. on the 14th, because then he said exactly 24 hours later
I
is
know
when
that's a
somebody
lie.
disappears. Right. So,
I know
but
that's
I
a lie.
wonder if they came earlier in the day. And see,
CPS doesn't. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm so sorry.
Thomas,
I was just
Thomas
going to say,
Randall's, Thomas, I'm sorry to cut you off. Thomas Randall's in the chat. He's being very funny. For people
we
who
can't.
don't know, John Q is a former Fed agent.
Oh my God! Stop it.
You are?
Oh,
You're Fed?
Yeah,
John,
Fed. Wow. I was
spill it.
everything. I was everything and anything when I was covering the case.
We're not gonna come after John. That's not gonna work.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You were the fake Fed agent.
Yeah.
We did have one of those in this case. Yeah, I was going to say,
I've heard rumors.
Out of everybody on panel, I never would have expected John people to come after him.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
well, I could say I was a Fed, you know. I mean, it wasn't John, it was me. But
Jeez.
I just he can say anything about CPS because there's no way for us to validate it or disprove it.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, nobody knows like what the cases that they had, or I think he
Right.
says just. I think he says that just so he can.
September Virgo said, "Book him, John."
Wait,
There you go. Yeah,
Lolo
can you?
said she's leaving.
Why are you
Lolo,
leaving, Lolo?
Lolo, get your ass back in here. You're not going anywhere.
John, can you use some of your inside connections to help us out, please?
Oh boy.
I'm sure you know people in high places now. Come on, quit holding out on us. Damn. I swear. Josh, Marlena wants us to play your letter to Summer for people who haven't heard it. I saw her ask earlier, but I think it was when you were talking about mayonnaise and how much you love mayonnaise.
No, I never said I loved mayonnaise. I like mayonnaise. I don't love it. It's okay.
Well, we have a thing here in North Carolina where it's either Duke's mayo or nothing.
Yeah, you can play it. You can play it. I don't care.
You'd add some potted meat to your mayonnaise, Josh.
Oh, stop it. Stop it, Scott. Ugh.
Back to Ben Hill, people.
We gotta. We
How
definitely
dare
gotta
you
send-
fall out of line?
We got to send them some of your chicken and rice, Scott.
There you go.
Is it a video or a live stream?
It's a video.
As long as it's not can spaghetti. Ugh.
Was it last year for the
2 years
for the
ago.
2 year?
No, I wrote it before it was before the year, first year.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Oh.
See, it doesn't seem like it's been that long.
It's been a long
It
time.
just doesn't seem like it.
It's hard to believe it's been 3 years, this baby.
And I kind of do want to say this too. That letter or poem or whatever it is. I don't know what it really was. It was just me. It was about 2 or 3 in the morning one day. I was putting together slides for a show, and I was thinking about if I was in Summer's position, like what I'd want, like how could somebody explain to me what's going on and what, I can't, it's hard to really explain, but
You had a very connected moment, Josh.
Yeah, and I'm not even that. The thing is, I'm not even like that kind of a person. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it just happened.
But you had a very connected moment when your thoughts went into that area.
Marlena, no.
You made that connection.
Yeah, it touched a lot of people, including myself. I remember, and I think Linda probably remembers the night that I did it. It was actually a real struggle. I was
Really?
upset.
Oh, Josh.
I was really upset. And that's kind of what came out of it.
I felt the father in you. I felt you thinking about your children.
Mm-hmm.
I felt you thinking about Summer, what she's been through, what she was going through, the entire family along with the boys, you know, and that's what I gathered from that letter reading that you did.
Yeah. Well, and
that was a
thank you.
deep connection, very deep.
It meant, you know, the thing was, it touched a lot of people in a lot of different ways, and I was happy to be able to. I don't know, like you said, something happened. I captured. You're right. It was just deeply personal, just as somebody who struggled as a child. It really, that night specifically, and I've never felt quite like that, like I did that night. I mean, I get pissed off about this case and stuff like constantly when I think about if I start thinking about it too in depth, I get frustrated. But for some reason, for the last 6 months or 8 months, it had been just really heavy on the funny thing too is, well, I say it was the funny thing, you know, when I came to YouTube, I did little short videos and stuff like that, and I just came across this case, and I did a video just stating whatever TBI and law enforcement did, and I would do these like live streams. I didn't even know really what live streams were on YouTube, because I had podcasts in the past, and like people would just keep showing up, like, and I didn't have a monetized channel for probably the first 8-9 months.
Oh, that's awesome.
Well, it wasn't. I just didn't. I didn't even know you could do that. You know what I'm saying? And so I was really invested in the case, and you know, people would always say, how come you're not monetized? I said, I don't even know what that is. And I didn't. And so, like, you know, I didn't do this for money or views. I didn't think anybody would care about it. I can't remember on the other channel, but it probably had somewhere around 50,000 views. I mean, it was a lot. And when I re-uploaded I just wanted to put it on my channel because I don't have that channel anymore.
Yeah.
So, but yeah,
but by the way, Josh and Scott, happy Father's Day.
Thank you. And I assume you're a father.
Oh yeah.
Happy Father's Day, and Scott, to you too.
Happy Father's Day, all of you amazing men, and to all of our fathers in chat, and also to, I always do this for Mother's and Father's Day, the moms who have to do both roles, or the dads who have to do both roles.
And if Mandy's getting ready to play the letter, it's very appropriate.
I've never heard this, so this will be a first for me.
Yep. All right. Are you guys ready?
Yep.
All right. Here we go.
I think you have it on the wrong speed.
You're absolutely correct. I forgot. I slowed it down.
Good old Dawn.
All right. Here we go. Take two.
HDC.
What were the final moments like? You may not be dead, but no matter what, life as you know it has changed. You have parents, brothers, friends. What do you have now? Strangers? A fate worse than that? Abusive strangers? Are you even still with us? Where are you, Summer? If you're alive, are you safe? If you're alive, are you in danger? If you were dead, how and who did it? You aren't with your family, the family you knew. Sure, living conditions may not be ideal, but you knew it was home. You knew your mom and dad. And we don't get to choose who our parents are. The universe just manifested a lottery of life. There's a lot of people looking for you. There's a lot of people talking about you. Some true, some not. It's hard to tell. But you didn't deserve this. No child deserves this. Whatever this is, you don't deserve it. Sometimes the people we count on to protect us do the most harm. Sometimes it's physically, sometimes it's mentally, sometimes it's both. And sometimes there are strangers that we come into contact with that want to do us harm. Oftentimes our guardians and protectors expose us to situations and people that want to do us harm. And our protectors are flawed humans. But at 5, it's hard for you to tell. Sometimes they put their needs and interests above their children's. They don't always mean to, they just can't help themselves. It's how they were raised, and it might not have been in them to change that. Sometimes I think about the short existence that some people face in this world, wondering, that was life as they knew it. 5 years old and you vanish off the face of the earth. You didn't do that on your own. You had help getting to wherever you are. Wherever that is, I hope it's safe, though I fear it's not. I don't know who did what to you, or where they put you, or how they left you, but somebody did it. And it will be fall soon, and the leaves will start to turn colors, will start to get a little colder out. Pretty soon you'll be able to smell the chimney smoke from the distant houses. And most of us will go on with our lives running the rat race in hopes that one day we'll get a notification or a text saying they found you. I hope that day comes. We want closure. We want to know what happened. And we want to see justice served. If you are alive, crimes in your name have been committed and people should pay. It's a tough world out there, but I'm afraid you may already, at the tender age of 5, learn that life lesson far before you were supposed to. I don't even know you personally, but I know a lot of kids just like you. Innocent, doe-eyed kids who like to get dirty and run around and be loud. That's all any of us ever wanted to do as kids. Annoy our parents, cuddle with them when we are scared in hopes that they will tell us everything would be okay. There's a lot of people here that wish they could tell you everything is going to be okay. My grandpa used to say, we got to do better. Even when we're doing good, he says, we still got to get better. I think what he meant is we got to do better for our kids, for our family, for ourselves. Because if we can't be better for us, how are we going to be better for you kids? Our hope is your disappearance was not in vain, that maybe some light can be found in this. It takes something major to break the cycle of abuse in families. Hopefully this is what breaks the cycle, so the next couple of generations can live a good, healthy life. It's not fair that you had to be the catalyst for this. Nevertheless, you are a hero, whether you know it or not. Kids go missing all the time. Some make it back home, some never do. Who decides? I will never know. Just know you didn't deserve this, whatever this is. And I hope that justice will be served. Whoever did this.
Wow.
Oh, wow, that was beautiful.
Forgot how powerful that was.
I don't understand.
Especially now, 3 years into it.
If it touches us like this, or, and we feel the way that we do, how do they not? How does the woman that gave birth to this child, And then that video at the very end with the barrel.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I hope I'm wrong. But I swear I've always felt like that video was an advertisement.
Wow. Well, I'm gonna go to bed. Thanks for having me up.
Hey, thanks for coming up.
That was a beautiful Josh.
Bye,
I
John.
appreciate you so much.
Bye, John.
Definitely. Thank you, Josh.
You guys have a good night.
Good night.
You too. Thank you.
Oh my God.
Seriously. Like I have heard that, I know, at least twice. At least.
Yeah.
And it still got me again.
I don't think I could listen to it again. Oh my God.
Yeah, that's the video at the summer dancing in the rain. The yellow
Yeah.
vehicle in the back. That's Dudley's yellow vehicle.
I wonder what date that was that video was made. Because I think that's summer right before she went missing.
Well, I mean, if you look at her hair, okay, so they shaved her head twice, obviously. And the earliest that it could have been done the first time was sometime in March.
Yeah.
And Dudley said when he worked with Don, because he worked with him twice. He worked with him one time a long time ago, and he they quit working together for whatever reason. I think they both kind of told the story. And then Don brought him up again when they were looking for more people at Tucker Drywall. And so I think that's when he thought of him again.
Oh.
So that would leave what, March? You have April, May, and then June.
Right.
Half of June, actually half of June. So that would be 2.5 months.
Yeah.
From that point.
And I was trying to think. The only thing that Don really said about that, and I don't have the date of that video. I don't think that I ever saw it originally on TikTok. I think that I saw it after it was already screen recorded and brought to you. But when Don was asked about it, I know Chris McDonough asked him about it because he asked if it was that morning, because or Monday morning, because of him and Dudley working together. And he said, no, that was on another job that they had done previously. And it was a while back. But it couldn't have been that long ago because it was in that time frame with her hair being short. So, and the Subaru was there, and they didn't get the Subaru until December.
Yeah, and then I think I wish Cher was here. That dress she had on in the interview, I mean in the video. I can't even talk. The picture that we saw with Dawn holding Summer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
She has the dress on with pants underneath it.
Yeah. Well,
And
she wore that dress a lot, though, because remember the picture that was taken with Robin's daughter? I think it was Robin's daughter. Where
daughter.
Marlena's daughter.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The one where she's kind of hunched over.
Right. And everybody thought that she was in pain, and she wasn't. She had a little smirk on her face.
Right.
She was wearing the
same dress and same pants on.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Easter picture at church, she was wearing the same dress there too.
Oh, okay.
I just can't. I don't.
Oh yeah, the one that I shared, is that one on here? The picture I have, that's the dress that she was in this one picture that I shared too. Is it on this one, or did I pull it up? No, it must have been one that I pulled up. I have the some pictures that I uploaded on here as overlays to be able to share, and then so I didn't have to pull up my photo album on my laptop because that's harder to do. slows my laptop down because I have a bazillion pictures. So no, I don't have it on here. But when she was standing in the kitchen with the cereal bag in her hand, she was wearing that same dress there too.
Jeez.
So
I
I know.
didn't notice in that one.
Yep. So I think that Candace said that was one.
Her face on that one, I guess, just always just got my attention, and I didn't really pay attention to much else.
Right. Let me see. Yes, they have a
I
lot.
want to say thank you, Mandy, for doing tonight's live. It's a special one for all of us.
Yeah.
Being that
I think I'm gonna
June
head out too.
15th is now coming past,
Yeah.
and it's officially 3 years that Summer's been missing. So the only thing that feel that we can do is continue our march forward as an army for Summer.
Yes.
To keep her story alive, her name alive, her smile, everything alive. We get to that point where there is a turning point and justice will be served.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And whichever way it comes and in whichever way it goes.
That's it. Mandy,
Right.
I'm gonna head out. Y'all, I appreciate everything, you guys. It's been an absolute honor and pleasure to be up here with you all. Every one of you are welcome to come to my channel anytime. I know we'll keep doing this. We'll on to the next panel. But congratulations also, Mandy, for
Yes.
10K. I'm so proud of you.
I knew you were gonna hit you. I knew you're gonna hit your number.
I knew she would too. Yeah, and she did it fast.
You're
I
over
can't believe it.
10.1 now.
Yeah, I just I wanted to check it. I was gonna refresh it and see. I want the fundraiser option before the 22nd. Like that's my goal, you know. I mean, I'm happy about the 10K just because of the fundraiser option, you know, like I mean, it's not a number race for me like we talked about last time. You know, I'm not here to be a millionaire because that's not my goal. My goal is to be able to help and to get that fundraiser option. It means a lot. So thank you. Thank you to every single person who has subscribed because that's going to help. And we're going to do it on June 22nd. I'm going to be live on here sometime. So make sure that you ring a ding the bell because I don't know what time it'll be. It'll probably be late like it was tonight. But
Well, you know, we got you and I'll be here for sure.
Definitely.
I'm
Likewise.
so happy for you.
We'll have a
You
big old
deserve
panel party. We're going to panel party at Mandy's.
Oh, thank you, September Virgo. You are a doll.
Yes,
I love
and
your mod.
much love to all 458 people
Yeah,
still
you guys
up
are
in the chat
awesome.
this morning.
4:30 a.m. Eastern.
I was going to say 4:30 a.m. on the Eastern Standard Time, and we got 450 people watching. That's
Yes.
Blows my mind.
Mandy, you're doing a great job.
Oh, Phoebe, I'm down to talk about Michael Monkey Vaughn.
Absolutely.
I'm all
I want to do something special with Monkey's case also. I have a video that I've been working on, and once I get it done, I want to review it live. So, like, I want to run through everything that is in the video and during a live stream, but I want the video to be able to stand alone also. So that way, you know, there'll be two different versions of it. But like, it's that important that I feel like it needs two different versions of it. So when I get that finished, we will definitely do another panel party.
All right. Looking forward to it.
Monkey.
Definitely sounds good.
Awesome. All right. Well,
I'll say once again, happy Father's Day to the fathers that are in the building. and
indeed.
enjoy it in every which way that you can. Spend it with people you love, because life always gives us something in return every single day, and I call it M&Ms. And my oldest daughter would say, M&Ms? And I'd say, yeah. Life gives you memories and moments. That's the gift. And
That's
each
good.
each one should carry us into the next day as we're blessed. So much M&Ms to everyone. We'll
I
catch you
like
later.
that. Thank you.
See you, John.
Never
Mandy,
heard
I
that.
will drop down as well and let you finish it up with your chat. Thank you again for having me. I definitely enjoyed it. And we'll talk soon, I'm sure.
Absolutely. And I'm happy that you were able to make it up tonight. And I greatly appreciate you being up here. I think that all of us together, I think that it works so well because of each one of us, and the chat. I cannot brag enough about how much I love the chats, I mean,
Had an
this
amazing chat for sure.
I haven't seen, knock on wood, I haven't seen one negative. Now, maybe some snarky, but not negative at all. This entire 5 hours that I've been live, right? Actually, exactly 5 hours and 7 seconds. It's been amazing. So much
Yeah.
encouragement talking about the Rockstar panel and, the OG panel. And like, I love that. I love that I'm a part of that, so I appreciate each one of you coming up here and making that possible for me, and everybody in chat coming to make that possible for me. So I really appreciate it. And like you said,
Definitely been very supportive for sure.
and especially with it being the 15th, that makes it even that much more special. So thank you.
You're quite welcome. Thank you, chat, and we'll see you all soon. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Scott. Now, I have dropped all of their links in the chat, so you guys make sure that you go subscribe to everybody who popped up here tonight. I thank you. Seriously, I cannot thank you guys enough. I can't even put it into words how much I appreciate each one of you. And I even went back and watched the last live stream that we did because I know that I missed a lot of the chat. And even trying to keep up, I still missed it. So I went back and watched it and read it. So, if I didn't acknowledge your chat or pop it on the screen tonight, I will see it because I'm going to do the same thing with this one too. So I appreciate you guys so much. So very much. So I think that's a good way to end this live. And I want to play my thank you song one last time because I want you to shake your booties with me and try to change the mood just a little bit. I don't want you to end on sad notes. So we're going to shake our booties. You ready?
Not going to worry if it's out of my control. Ooh, 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 ooh. And I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for loving me. Thank you, thank you, thank you for loving me. Thank you for loving me.
Thank you so much. Look at you guys. You guys are freaking awesome. Awesome, awesome. And then the very last one here, we're going to... And I'm going to say, may you have the kind of day that karma feels you've earned. And I know every single one of you who have typed in this chat tonight are going to have a fantabulous day or very sweet dreams. Thank you so much. And until next time, I love you bunches.